This is Fox Sports Net.
Years ago, Scoop Jackson and Diego Segui started the Mariners' legacy in Seattle. From Gaylord Perry's 300th win to Chris Bosio's no-hitter, the Dome reverberates with precious memories. Join us today to celebrate all that was in the final baseball game at the Kingdome. Take a look at the top of the dome for the final time as Fox Sports Net Northwest presents Seattle Mariners baseball. It's the wrap-up game of the series between the Seattle Mariners and the Texas Rangers. And to you all, welcome indoors here in Seattle for the last time. I'm Dave Niehaus, along with Dave Henderson. Ironically, it seems only fitting that I stand here with Dave Henderson. This all started in 1977, and Hendu, the first draft choice ever of the Mariners in 1977, and here we are at the end.
It was a beautiful building when I was 18 years old, coming in here out of high school, and it's still a beautiful building. There's going to be a lot of teary eyes.
They've called it an ugly duckling, but it'll always be pretty to me.
While playing baseball, remember, we're the guys out there on the field. It's a beautiful stadium, and it's a great hitter's ballpark. That's what hitters love.
As far as the Mariners and the Texas Rangers are concerned, this is the final game of a 146-game series. The two clubs are tied at 73 and 73. Can you believe it? As the Mariners and the Rangers meet today, and the Mariners are at 500, a chance to go over 500 here this year in the final game.
Well, I think more important than that, it's a chance to beat Texas, to let them know that they can compete with them. Texas is leading the division, and the Mariners have to let them know that you're the big guys, we can hang with you.
More irony today. Aaron Seeley, a local kid from Paulsbo, will get the start for the Texas Rangers against Freddie Garcia. Aaron Seeley has been one of the big guns for the Texas Rangers out on the mound. Freddie Garcia wasn't even born when this place opened in 1976, and he gets the honor tonight.
Well, he's going against a pitcher that's got big league history, and he's got a good curveball, and he's pitched against the Mariners. And Freddie Garcia, he's been kind of the ace of the staff, and they're looking to him to close this thing out.
Yes, indeed. We should have Bob Hope here. Yes, indeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for the memories. We'll be back and have a look at this afternoon's starting lineups right after this timeout.
Hello, welcome to Dodge Durango 101. Today I'll be covering the 5.2 and 5.9 liter Magnum V8 vis-a-vis Durango's superiority in the class structure of domestic compact sport utility vehicles. You're not listening. You're just staring at the Durango, aren't you? Aren't you? Why do I even bother? Just standing up here like a big doofus. See the friendly Northwest Dodge dealer near you.
I just got one of those new websites.
You sell bait. Why do you need a website?
Well, it gives folks a chance to check out our different lures, flies, and tackle.
You still sell worms, don't you?
30 different kinds. You know, US West Decks built my website and then drives customers to it with a link from the uswestdecks.com Internet Yellow Pages.
Nice boat. You just get it?
Yeah, pulled in some new business.
Now we have even more tools to build your business. US West Decks.
One of the most shocking incidents we have ever seen, making it today's Magnolia Moment. And despite the bite's unique location, doctors are expecting a complete recovery. I'm Tom Glasgow. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Honey, it's late. When are you coming to bed?
In a minute. Just love this big screen. I'm Tom Glasgow. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
Honey.
Getting together with the guys on Saturday morning can be real competitive. But I wouldn't miss it for the world. It's my one break from a very busy week. My hoops have been better, that's for sure. But taking care of my car is a slam dunk, thanks to Al's Auto Supply. I like their forever warranty. They always have the right part at the lowest possible price. And the parts pros at Al's do whatever it takes to get me back on the road again. Enjoying life one shot at a time.
Wow. It's what people are saying about our latest Kenmore refrigerator. Why? It's the one with the one-touch shelf that adjusts up or down with the twist of a knob. So you can make room for lavish layer cakes without unloading and reloading. Wow. Everyone says there's never been anything quite like it. Others say nothing at all. Instead, they just stand there and drool. Smart, stylish, simple. In a word, Kenmore, America's best-selling refrigerator brand.
Fox Sports Net Northwest presents Seattle Mariners baseball, brought to you by Southwest Airlines, offering fares so low you have the freedom to fly. Southwest Airlines, proud sponsors of the Seattle Mariners. By U.S. West, so you are always connected to what matters to you most. U.S. West, proud sponsor of the year 2000 Olympics. Life's better here. By Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust. And by Eagle Hardware and Garden, more of everything. And welcome back to the jam-packed Kingdome. They started lining up to get in here about 9:30 this morning. Actually, around the block, this will be the Mariners' biggest crowd of the year. It'll be interesting to see if they challenge the 57,762 who were here opening day, April the 6th, 1977. There's the former governor, the man who was governor at the time of the opening of the Kingdome, John Spellman, who's going to throw out the first pitch to King County Executive Ron Sims. So get the grip right, Governor. He does. And here we go. The final first pitch, just a little outside.
Just like in the movies, Dave, just a little bit outside.
All right. John Spellman and Ron Sims as we get set for the final voyage here at the Kingdome. You know, I would really feel sad if it weren't for the fact that I knew where we were going. It's a much, much better place. Almost like a reverend at a funeral at a homily, you know.
Well, it reminds me of buying a new car, Dave. You like the old one, but that new car is going to be great.
So the umpires are out and an exchange of batting orders. And right now, why not have Al's Auto Supplies a little bit? There's Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye, Senator Henry Jackson, Scoop Jackson throwing out the first pitch. Diego Segui to Jerry Remy, and it's a strike right down the middle. And you know what? He ended up walking Jerry Remy, that particular first batter. Al's Auto Supply presenting that. Whatever it takes, great efforts in Mariners baseball. I'm not really going to feel, I think, a lot of emotion until I drive down Royal Broom or whatever, First Avenue, and see this place in a pile, in a rubble. Well, and then I think it'll hit me.
Well, I think baseball players, you're conditioned. There's a day game and there's a game. You got to put your game face on. You've been doing this a lot of years, your game face. Once this game is over, there's no more game. You're going to settle back into being a fan. That's where I am right now. We've been baseball players, broadcasters. We have a job to do, and the sentimental will come after the last pitch is thrown. That's when it'll hit you.
It will probably hit us a little bit more even later in life, next year, years after that, when we look back and look at pictures of the funny things, the unusual things that have happened here. And there are a lot of ex-Mariners here. Besides you, David, of course, there's Gaylord Perry, who's here, who won his 300th game. We watch the Mariners take the field on the AstroTurf for the final time in Seattle.
And we're still at the Kingdome. Here comes the Southwest Airlines starting lineups for the Texas Rangers. Leading off, Tom Goodwin back in the lineup after coming off the DL. McNamara, Greer, Gonzalez, Palmero, Cozil, Stevens, Zahn, Layton. 6 runs versus Seattle, and they're glad to see this man's speed back in the lineup. Gonzalez, you see the numbers, 4 for 5. Got to have him under control. Palmero, 1 for 8. The middle of the lineup, they're trying to take care of it. You look at Freddie Garcia pitching against this lineup. Mid-90s fastball, you've seen it. He has a little trouble when he opens that shoulder up and starts to walk people. But his changeup has got to be effective to the left-handed hitters. And you go to the defense of the Mariners out there. Starting out left field, Hunter, Griffey back in center field, Husky in right, Segui at first, Bell, Rodriguez short, Mabry, Dan Wilson, Freddie Garcia on the mound to take off these guys. And you look at Freddie, his 15 starts up there with the big boys. That's how you judge a pitcher, how many times he goes to the post. He's been out there. 87 pitches. You look at the numbers there. It's only 7 home runs given up, and that's a big number for Freddie.
Yes, it is. Freddie Garcia, as we mentioned in the opening, wasn't even born when the Kingdome opened. Remember, the Kingdome opened in 1976. April the 9th, 1976. Seattle against New York in a soccer game. And Freddie Garcia wasn't born until October of 1976. So here he is, trying to win the rubber game of 146-game series, and the bulbs all over the place. The flash bulbs popping on the first pitch in the final game here at the Kingdome.
Well, you look at the face of Tom Goodwin. He's never seen this. This is what happens at all-star games, the first pitch.
Goodwin a swing and a miss, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. You're liable to get this throughout the afternoon, and I'll guarantee this place will light up when Junior is up there for his final at-bat. 3 consecutive pitches, and the flash bulbs continue. It's almost like Mark McGuire was at the plate.
And it is a distraction for the hitter. It's not normal. You see the lighting out there, but all of a sudden you see that flash in your eye, and it catches your attention.
And a pop-up out of play. Goodwin today just coming off the disabled list. So he's just happy to be back playing anyway.
Yeah, he had that upper quad injury, and he told me last night that he's ready to go, and the AstroTurf is not going to bother his speed. Remember, when you hurt your legs and your game is speed, Goodwin was worried. They brought up the other kid, Mateo, and he got hurt, so Goodwin's back in the lineup.
A man to definitely keep off the base paths. The 1-2 pitch and a fastball tap to Alex Rodriguez. Buying a diving Alex Rodriguez, so Tom Goodwin back off the DL, bangs one just by A-Rod into left center field. And Mark McLemore, the switch-hitting second baseman, will be the hitter. The Mariners barely hanging on yesterday, beating Texas 5-4.
And you see Texas walk into this ballpark with a little bit more of a swagger than the Mariners, and it shows that when they're down in the ball game, that swagger gets you a little edge when it gets late in the ball game.
The fastball is high from Garcia to McLemore. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Freddie Garcia missed the Texas Rangers, their first trip in here. So this is the first time he has ever faced Texas. On the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. The noblest Ranger of them all finished his career right here. In 1994, walked off the field, his elbow in tatters. And, of course, I'm talking about Nolan Ryan, greatest strikeout pitcher in history, threw his last pitch right here in Seattle. Don Mattingly played his last game, the Yankee All-Star, right here in Seattle. Matter of fact, Lou Piniella was managing the Yankees, put Mattingly at third base one time, and Mattingly turned to double play. Only time he played third base. That ball's hit well. Junior shows his numbers, goes back. Oh, way back, reaches up and makes the catch. Quickly, Goodwin back to first base. He was all the way down to second. So Junior's showing off here in the first inning.
You saw the speed of Tom Goodwin going all the way around second base, and he knows that you got to tag it on the way back. Ken Griffey Jr., this ball's hit a little deeper than he thought, but that's his office out there. You got to hit it off the top of the wall or out of the ballpark to get a base hit.
Well, his dad's here today, and certainly for a lot of people, the most endearing moment in Kingdome history would have been the final day of August 1990. When Senior went out to left field, Junior went to centers. You look at Rusty Greer and the throw over to first base. And I talked to Senior on the pregame show, and, you know, the ring of "Come on, Dad" from the on-deck circle when Senior was up there was a little bit on the surreal side. And the fastball for a strike to Greer. Senior told me that comment, "Come on, Dad," and Gene Klein's the Mariner hitting coach at that time, was falling over laughing in the Mariner dugout, he said that he had never, ever lost his concentration as a professional stepping into the batter's box to look at a pitch. It would always be tunnel vision, straight concentration. That's the only time it was broken.
Well, you got to figure, as a ball player, you've been called every name in the book. Your teammates are saying your nickname and all that, but nobody calls you Dad, so that kind of breaks the concentration mold.
The 0-1 pitch is high, and a count of ball and a strike to Rusty Greer. And then the first time up, senior singles and junior singles. And it wasn't to be that much longer before they headed to Anaheim Stadium, and they would both homer back-to-back off Kirk McCaskill. And had it not been for Senior having an automobile accident in 1991 in spring training, he might have played a couple more years. Hurt his back. And he's now, of course, a coach with the Cincinnati Reds and managed the Reds to one victory this year.
Well, when you're playing with your son, it becomes a bragging right thing when you go home. Anything you do, Dad, I can do better kind of thing. And when he got the base hit, Junior comes up and get a base hit. Senior hits a home run. He comes up and hit a home run a little farther. So it's bragging rights in the household.
1-2 the count on Rusty Greer. Fastball jammed him, and he pops it high into the upper deck. A ball and 2 strikes.
Freddie Garcia keeping Tom Goodwin over there at first base under control, because Tom Goodwin leading the league in stolen bases. Even though he had the thigh injury, his speed is back. He says he's ready to run.
Goodwin, pretty good lead this time, and he's not going to go. They're thinking a pretty good lead, too, with the pitch out. So they count 2-2.
Well, the Mariners know they can't let Tom Goodwin disrupt the ball game, because they're having problems with Juan Gonzalez, Palmeiro, and Zeal in the middle of the lineup anyway. You can't have this scat back, as they call him, with his speed disrupting the ball game.
Curveball that time, low and outside, and the count is full. And you can probably bet your bottom dollar that he's going to be going now, with Mr. Juan Gonzalez and Rafael Palmeiro on deck. There goes Goodwin, the 3-2 pitch. Again, foul back.
Well, we talk about that because Gonzalez, he's feeling good about himself these days, because you look at the numbers, 7 for 11, 5 ribbies, and they lost the game yesterday. But in the key to winning a division or a pennant is you got to win 2 out of 3.
And there he goes. The pitch is swung on, and a high fly ball belted deep to right field. And that will fly away. So Rusty Greer throws some cold water on the party early as he goes into the lower deck in right field, and it's 2-0 Texas. And the fans throwing the baseball back to the cheers of the multitude.
Well, Freddie Garcia, like any other pitcher, first inning, you get a hitter 3-2, you're going to challenge him. You want to hit the outer third, but Freddie hits the middle. You look at the fastball, it comes back to the middle, a little bit up, and you don't want to walk him, so you catch more of the plate, and you hope he pops it up, but he popped it up in the lower deck up there.
So 2-0 Texas, and Juan Gonzalez will be the hitter. The other ball hit by McLemore was deep, almost over Junior's head. Freddie is low. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, one thing we have to remember with this sellout crowd here, it's a little warmer in this Kingdome, and that's when the ball flies a little bit more.
Doesn't have the feel yet on his breaking ball either. That's very high. And he appears to be rushing himself a little bit. swung at a bad pitch.
Well, Dave, we have to realize this is Freddie Garcia. This is his first year. Remember, he is a rookie. At this setting, this is an all-star game, opening day kind of setting. The park is full. Everybody's counting on you, look at you. So there's a little jitters out there for the young kid.
A change breaking ball that time. Gonzalez way out in front.
Look at the pitch, behind the count. Got to come with something off speed. Get Gonzalez not sitting on the fastball. That changeup, you put it in the back of Gonzalez's mind. That's what you want to do.
So that pitch hit the dirt. Gonzalez strikes out on the curve that time, and 2 down.
And one thing we've been talking about all year is when you get taken deep, your fastball, throw it slower. Back off a little bit. Freddie, acting like a veteran out there, couple change-ups, slow breaking balls. Don't get excited. Don't try to throw the ball harder. Throw it slower.
Here's Palmeiro, who was up in a crucial situation yesterday. The breaking ball is low and inside after the appeal turned down by McKean. As the Rangers had runners at first and second in the 9th inning, only 1 down yesterday. And the fastball is outside. And on a 2-0 pitch from Jose Mesa, Palmeiro hit a ground ball to second, and the Mariners turned the double play and got the W. That change is outside. Ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes on Palmeiro.
Well, the difference that pitch, Dave, is he's got nobody on base. He's got 2 outs, so he doesn't have to challenge him with a 2-0 pitch. He's behind the count. Other than the Rusty Greer, you have to challenge him because you don't want to walk guys. But Palmeiro, it really doesn't matter if you're walking. You got Todd Zeile up next that you think you can handle.
A change. A 3-1 change.
That's the reason a 3-1 changeup. You don't have to give in and throw the fastball. You can throw the changeup. If you walk him, fine. You go get the next hitter.
So he does walk him, and he will go get the next hitter, Todd Zeile.
Well, even with 2 outs, nobody on base, they show the respect to Palmeiro that he deserves. You can't just throw 2-0 fastballs, 3-1 fastballs. They throw a lot of changeups to him and let him know that they're going to feature changeups. They're not going to just challenge Palmeiro.
Well, he's really laboring here in the first inning, David. I mean, he's thrown 27 pitches already, so that's probably a dozen more than you'd like to start out a ball game with. So Stan Williams is headed out to the mound to talk to Freddie, who looks to be a little upset. I think he's obviously upset with himself. And he's trying to get that fastball to Rusty Greer out of his mind.
Well, what he's got to do now is get his fastball in a decent location for Todd Zeile. He threw a lot of change up to Palmeiro. He's got to get ahead. Zeile knows this. There's probably going to be a fastball coming. Get it in a good spot.
He's not in sync right now.
We used to say this about Drysdale and Gibson. If you're going to get those guys, you better get them in the first inning before they get their rhythm, get in sync.
And it's 2-0. Kind of ironic that Freddie Garcia is against Texas, wearing number 34. One of 2 Nolan Ryan retired numbers, the other number 30. Nolan used to wear 34 against Texas. Zeile, a line drive to left field, moving over is Hunter, and Brian's not going to get to it. It'll be on a hop off the wall. Down to third base goes Palmeiro, and he'll pull up there on a double by Todd Zeile.
You said Freddie Garcia, he's struggling a bit, and he gets a 2-0 with Todd Zeile, and everybody knows about 2-0 counts. The league hits about 400. The ball's up. He knows fastball's coming. Rakes it down in the corner, and Freddie's saying, I got to challenge these guys sooner or later, so I can't keep throwing balls after ball after ball and hope they hit it at somebody.
Lee Stevens hit one over the center field fence on Friday night in the Texas romp 14-4, and they won't even deal with him. They'll deal with the switch hitting catcher, Greg Zahn. They will load the bases. Here with 2 down, and take their chances with Mr. Zahn, only a .226 hitter. So more pressure for Freddie Garcia, as he's already behind 2-0. And he's ending up throwing 35, 33, 34 pitches already in this ball game.
Well, we won't count these 4 wide ones here, but I always thought, why do you throw them? Just go to your mouth 4 times and let the umpire spin him down the first base. You know, why bother?
That's an idea.
Yeah.
That's an idea.
You go to your mouth on the mound, it's an automatic ball. Just do it 4 times. Say, go to first.
Yeah. Be careful you don't balk.
There you go.
With a runner at third.
Yeah, there's got to be a way to penalize you because somebody would have thought of that a long time ago.
Over at third base is Palmero. There's Todd Zeal down at second. Lee Stevens over at first. And here is Mr. Zahn. Big yacker.
You see Zahn up there swinging that first pitch. That's okay if you just look fastball. Freddie's in trouble. Just don't put the curveball in play. Swing and miss it.
Fastball backed him away. He just doesn't have that location so far.
And we always talk about breaking ball change-ups, but every pitcher has to have a fastball, and they have to know where it's going or they're going to be in big trouble.
Backdoor curve at the knees.
And this is a big call. It doesn't have to be a strike. It hits that outside corner, and everybody says, as a hitter or pitcher, one pitch doesn't make a big difference, but 1 and 2 versus 2 and 1, big pitch right there.
1-2 pitch. Curveball, did he go? He did not. And the count 2 and 2. Kind of a grin purses the lips of Freddie Garcia, as he thought he might have it. Going to throw him a breaking ball again, 2-2?
Well, hopefully he would go to fastball and try to jam him so he doesn't have to go 3-2.
Change and a ground ball hit to third, and Mr. Mabry will throw him out. So Greg Zahn is gone. 3 left for Texas, but they do score 2. They lead it 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the first after this from Southwest Airlines.
Eyes of a puppy dog, lips made for sin. You're not dreaming. I'm for real. We got a call.
Hello.
Louis?
Yeah?
Louis?
Want to get away? Southwest has your ticket to freedom with Southwest Airlines fun fares that begin at $39.
You are now free to move about the country.
3 plants, 1 bird bath, a shovel, shears, 2 wrought iron chairs, and 1 trip to Eagle. Also, we could sit together in the evening and watch the reflection of the moon off Jay's head. Eagle Hardware and Garden, more of everything.
Ames makes lawn and garden care easy with a full line of tough tools, shovels, rakes, hoes, and more. Tools you can trust. Ames at Eagle.
Chevrolet cars are trusted by more Americans than any other. Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest lasting on the road. If that's not enough reason to own a Chevrolet car or truck, then this definitely is. The Great Summer Drive-In from Chevrolet. You can drive away in a select Chevrolet and get cash back up to $2,000. Or choose APR financing as low as 0% for 36 months. Or check out the offers on other great Chevrolet cars and trucks. It's Chevrolet's Great Summer Drive-In. See your local Chevrolet dealer today.
Welcome back. We're still at the Kingdome. Here's tonight's Southwest Airlines starting lineups for the Mariners. Leading off, Hunter, Rodriguez, Jr., Martinez, Segui, Husky, Mabry, Bell, and Wilson. Look at some of the numbers. 197 home runs. King Griffey Jr., the leader in that category. 5 for 12 for Texas. Husky hitting the ball well. And Dan Wilson raking 400. Dan Seeley, fastball, curveballs, but the fastball is not straight. His curveball is his best asset.
Well, Mr. Brian Hunter now will step in and lead it off against Aaron Seeley, who celebrated a birthday on Friday. He turned 29, and the fastball to Hunter is on the outside corner for a strike. His last outing was a no decision. Ground ball toward the hole, backhanded there by Clayton, and the skipping throw to first, not in time, as Stevens is off the bag.
Looked like a fairly routine play, and Stevens over there, he doesn't agree. Clayton throws. Remember, he had the bad shoulder early in the year, a little slow. He says he's got his foot on the bag. But
looks to me like he did.
At first base, Jim Joyce says, no, I got 2 inches of separation on your foot. I don't agree. But Jim Joyce says he's safe. Johnny Oates down there getting a earful and said, explain this. What are you looking at? We're looking at a whole different situation.
Well, I'll say one thing. That's what hustle does for you, because on a routine ground ball, you might have a tendency to pull up a little bit, and you never know what's going to happen. I think the Mariners got the benefit of the call.
Well, his foot comes off a little bit, but he sways it back. You see, it comes up a little bit, but he sways it back. It looks like he does it in time. And Jim Joyce saw the separation, and he thought Brian Hunter was hitting the bag while the separation was there.
Well, here's A-Rod now. Going to give him an infield hit. One ball and no strikes.
Well, that's a play at first base where if it's fairly routine like that, they usually give the first baseman the benefit of the doubt to keep the injuries away, because that Achilles is standing there for a guy to step on.
See all the flash bulbs going off in the background. Alex Rodriguez takes another one out of the strike zone. Ball, 2 balls and no strikes.
And it does remind me of all-star games and playoff games, World Series situations where everybody wants to get the memory and get it in their camera.
Alex says he's really going to miss the Kingdome. Probably won't miss the turf, but he'll miss hitting here. Runner goes, and on the hit and run, A-Rod will foul it back. Hunter has to go back.
When you talk to a player, every one of them say they love the Kingdome on the offensive side, but when they got to go play defense, they'll put up with it because it does hurt your body. Remember, that AstroTurf is one thing, but there's straight concrete right underneath it.
.65 Aaron Seeley.
Same situation over there first base with Tom Goodwin. Brian Hunter, they have to keep him under control. He's going.
Again, backing out of play. Seeley with the finest year of his career last year. 1 win shy of joining Rick Helling as a 20-game winner. 19-11 was Seeley's record last year.
And another thing, he stepped up into the elite pitchers because he went over that 200 pitch inning. He went 212 innings, and that's where you really tell how long you stay out there in the course of a ball game when you're a starter.
Interesting to see if Lou would really roll the dice here and send Brian Hunter 2-2 on a hit and run. Yes, he is. And it's way inside, and the throw down to second base, not in time, just a flat straight steal. Number 21. But it wasn't a hit and run.
It's more of a run and hit, and Lou is going to be a little bit more aggressive. Remember, Pudge Rodriguez isn't behind the plate. Brian Hunter would probably never run 3 times in a row on Pudge Rodriguez. Greg Zahn's behind the plate. A little bit more liberties when he's catching.
Bud's given the day off. 3-2 pitch. High ball 4. So the Mariners get things started off crisply. And you talk about flash bulbs. Watch the flash bulbs come around now as Ken Griffey Jr. steps up to the plate. And the first pitch to him will be illuminated like you're 5 miles from the sun.
When you do the interviews with players, it's tough to get their true emotions because just like us, they have to put their game face on. They're out there to do a job, play a game. And you ask Griffey about the stadium, and he kind of shies away from the answer.
There they come. Look at that. 1-0.
4th of July a little bit early, isn't it, Dave? Wow. That's what it'll look like. Our first World Series game we play in the new stadium over there now.
And you know how much a flash bulb does as far away as they are from the home plate? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but you're going to have a nice blurry picture with a few look like ants out there. Yeah. You can tell people it was the last day.
Junior, a swing and a miss, and what a cut he had. 2-1. Down at second base is Brian Hunter. Alex Rodriguez is over at first.
Junior asked for time, not settled in. Thought process is probably saying, I'm going to look for fastball, look for curve. When you're not too sure, call timeout and rethink it, run it through the computer and say, which pitch you're going to look for.
Seeley's got that real big curveball. That 12-6 curveball. And he misses outside. Ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Junior is not 100% healthy yet, I don't think, from that sinus infection that he had a couple of days ago, in which he missed a game. He's already made one spectacular catch of Mark McLemore's ball. And now a 3-1 pitch. And this ought to be very interesting if he challenges him with a fastball. Let's see. Fastball belted deep to right field. It will fly away. How about that? My, oh my, Junior in his first at bat in the final Kingdome game. Starts up the final Kingdome game the way he started the Kingdome in 1989 in his first at bat with a home run. Unbelievable. And the Mariners lead it 3-2. And this place may not have to have the lid removed. It may blow off right now.
And Dave, you said it. Great players do great things on opening night World Series game. And Ken Griffey Jr., he loves the spotlight with a big crowd. Flash bulbs go off. He says, no problem. I got a fastball. I've seen that my whole career. I'm going to deposit it where I deposited 197 other ones. 198 home runs in the Kingdome now. Ken Griffey Jr., spotlight, he loves it.
Here is Edgar Martinez taking a strike, 0-1. Junior, with Dad here, does what he's been doing, electrifying multitudes. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner, 0-1 the count. Do you believe that? 198 home runs.
Yes, I do, because it's like an opening night crowd. It's all the cameras are on. He wants to be the star of the show. He is the star.
Here's the 0-2 to Edgar, and that fastball gets the outside corner for Steve Rye. 0-1. Another interesting note from visiting with Ken Sr. before the ball game on our pre-game radio show. Talked to him. I said, did you think that Junior, you knew Junior was going to be good, but did you know he was going to be this good? Here is David Segui now, whose daddy threw out the first pitch here in 77, sending a fly ball to fairly deep left field. Greer, he said yes and no. He said, and I only say no because whenever I saw him play, he never made contact. He never hit the ball.
Yeah, what he meant by that, when he was not playing, senior that is, and he'd come back to watch him from time to time, he put so much pressure on his young son, his dad's in the stadium, your Major League dad, King Griffey Sr., he'd get so nervous he never made contact.
That's what he said, yeah. So here's Butch Husky now. Taken down low and outside. Incidentally for Junior, his 27th home run of the year. Junior also is one of those guys, one of those very few guys in baseball that knows he's never going to get an all-star break.
And I can't imagine that because I've been to all-star games where it is hectic. You're going to this party, you're signing this. They put, 100 dozen baseballs on the table and bats and all this. And you're just going constantly when the plane hits the ground and you got to fly somewhere else and start the season. All your guys are going, hey, I had a good time fishing and all this. It's not that fun to do all that extracurricular activity in an all-star game. The game is the fun part.
1-1 on Mr. Husky. Curve on the inside corner from Mr. Seeley. Raked on the carpet foul. So Junior's first at bat here in 89. Mariners opened on the road, was a home run to left field off Eric King. And his first at bat here, closing day in the Kingdome, a 3-run home run off Aaron Seeley. Foul back.
You got to remember, he's a superstar. They like the big stage, and for my money, he's not done yet tonight.
Full, but enough wherewithal to stay back and get a piece of the ball and stay alive.
And one important fact that both of these offenses, they're putting a lot of pressure on the starting pitchers. Freddie Garcia with 40 pitches, Seeley up in the 30s now. They're not going to be around long if they keep pitching like this.
And the fastball foul back. And as we pointed out the other night, you do not want to get in a short inning ball game. Play bullpen with this team.
No, not at all. You don't want to be the first team to go to your bullpen. That means Texas has the advantage. You see the foul tip back there. You hit him right in the jaw. Aaron Seeley got a little chuckle out of that.
Fastball popped up into straightaway right field. And Juan Gonzalez will make the catch. So a 3-run home run by who else but the Mariners superstar, Ken Griffey Jr. And as we go to the second, what a game we've already got unwrapping. It's 3-2 Mariners.
Shop at Safeway and swipe your club card to play $1 Million Baseball Magic. And if your name appears, you could win $1 million if any Mariners player hits for the cycle during today's game.
Hello and welcome to Movie Phone. If you know the name of the movie you'd like to see, press 1. Your selection, Big Daddy, starring Adam Sandler, is playing at 7 o'clock and 9.
That boy works too hard. He'll end up with an ulcer.
You still there, Hank? Yeah, kid. They sprayed us good, huh? Yeah, good. I never thought we'd get sprayed in the garden. But we'll be okay, huh? I mean, we've been sprayed before, huh, Hank? Sure, kid. But I gotta tell you, my roots hurt real bad. Hank, whoever did this is gonna pay. Hank, they're gonna pay big. Hank!
Roundup kills weeds where others can't. Roundup, no root, no weed, no problem.
Dr. Henry Jekyll was about to start a new career.
Where's the doctor?
Until a moment of fate.
Will you help my friend? Will you become a patient?
Changed his destiny. Now, with the help of a master,
I will help you find the killers.
The Western doctor must learn the Eastern ways. From executive producer Francis Ford Coppola, a DirecTV world premiere exclusive from Action Adventure Network. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, now showing only on DirecTV.
Back to the Kingdome, which is just brimming with excitement after only one inning. This is Dave Niehaus with Dave Henderson. And be sure and stay tuned after the game for all of our closing ceremonies only here on Fox. And you will, I think, if you've ever attended a Mariner game, really enjoy them. For the last ceremonial pitch here. The 0-1 pitch now to Clayton is a ground ball hit foul down the third baseline. What is your most endearing one memory here?
I think it really has nothing to do with me. I was in center field when Reggie Jackson struck out against Gaylord Perry with all those spitballs, and he took the water cooler and threw it out on the field, and I was watching the pitches go to the plate, and in center field, I just took my glove off and just kind of laid it down because I knew he had no chance to hit it. And, of course, Gaylord was putting Vaseline and spit on him. And Reggie Jackson, it takes a lot of nerve to take your glove off in center field when Reggie Jackson's hitting. And I did it. He struck out, and then you saw him pick the water cooler out there and said, put it behind the mound and pitch with this.
Ground ball to Alex Rodriguez, and A-Rod will throw him out. So Clayton is gone. And back to the top of the order for Tom Goodwin.
So the Vaseline ball was a good one that day, and I had no fear of Reggie Jackson hit the ball out to me in center field.
I'll never forget when Todd Cruz was playing shortstop. He picked up a ground ball, and it was like throwing a watermelon seed. He said he airmailed that baby into the first base stands. He didn't find the dry side.
Had a story where Cecil Cooper hit a ball off that center field tarp, and it bounced back into center field, and the umpire was out there with me, and I picked it up. And when I picked it up, half the ball had Vaseline on it, and the umpire says, "Hey, Hindu, give him the ball." And I said, "Oh, man, I can't give it to him." So I fired it back in the stands, and he wondered what I was doing.
Is that right?
Yeah. So Cecil Cooper actually hit one.
Well, you can hit him, you know. They're kind of like a fastball that acts like a knuckleball, really. A super sinker. There's a reason they call him a super sinker. 0-2. And the curveball this time to Goodwin, foul back.
Well, that was some of the rules. If the ball went out of play, you don't give it to the umpire. You always gave it back to Gaylord so he could take the evidence off. And way out there in center field, it was just me and the umpire. I had to get rid of the evidence.
Popped him up. So Mr. Hunter will take care of this for the second out. And Garcia, after struggling in the first, needs an easy inning. And so far, he has an easy first two outs. If any Mariners player hits for the cycle today, the single, double, triple, and home run, Vicky Teachout of Redmond will win $1 million. You can play $1 Million Baseball Magic at any participating Safeway today. What a way that would be to close the Kingdome. Have a Mariner hit for the cycle here today. Only been done once here in history by a Mariner, Jay Buhner. Alex Rodriguez got his in Detroit. 1-1. Two balls and a strike on Mark McLemore.
In the first inning by both pitchers, it could be adrenaline-related. They're too pumped up, the big crowd excitement. Now they settle into the ball game.
3-1.
Right there, good pitch by Freddie. Hard fastball in the inside corner. Hitter couldn't pull the trigger. Umpire couldn't pull the trigger. Looked like a good pitch.
A little low. So he walks McLemore and has to pitch to the man who hit the home run in the first, Rusty Greer.
And that's very frustrating for a young pitcher, Garcia there. He throws 2 perfect pitches, borderline. He doesn't get the call on either one of them, and got to face the 3rd hitter in the lineup and come to the meat, guys.
Low and inside. We want to wish a very speedy recovery to a couple of big Mariners fans in Tico, Washington, Andy Gum and Craig Blank, thanks to the great doctors at Spokane's Deaconess Hospital. We know you guys are going to make a full recovery. We look forward to seeing you at Safeco Field in the near future. So hang in there, guys. Andy Gum and Craig Blank thinking about you today here in Seattle as we close the Kingdome.
Oh, Brian O'Nora, he doesn't have any wings on that plate. There's no black on it. He's going to make Freddie Garcia throw it down the middle.
Three and oh.
And you see the little smirk on Freddie's face there. He's made some pretty good pitches, and they're borderline. O'Nora says, they're borderline. They're not strikes, kid.
3-1. Umpires don't appreciate smirks either.
Not at all. Not out of young guys. The old veterans, they walk down there and ask, okay, what's a strike today? But the young kid better keep his mouth shut and stay on the mound.
A sinker low. And now he's got to face the big boy.
Well, I think this is where Dan Wilson's got to take charge and talk to the umpire, meaning not face him. You look at the field and you talk to him and say, I got to have some of these pitches for my young pitcher out there. These are strikes. You got to give me 1 or 2 of them. There's been 5 or 6 pitches right there that could have went the other way, and they did go the other way, the Texas way.
Let's see if Stan Williams stays out there until Brian O'Nora comes out and says, let's hurry things along. And Williams subtly has something to say as Mr. O'Nora gets out there. He might just drop a hint or 2, and, well, he's not. And Williams just kind of glances over to O'Nora, and O'Nora coming out to see Freddie Garcia.
Well, that's baseball procedure. You don't want to show anybody up and say you're missing pitches. You go out there in the conversation in the middle of the field where nobody knows what you're saying, and you just ask him, are these pitches low? Are they inside, outside? You don't wave your arms and that kind of thing. That's disrespectful to umpires, and they can make the strike zone smaller and smaller.
They can make life miserable.
Yeah, smaller and smaller. But anyway, he's still in trouble. You've got Gonzalez up at the plate with a couple runners on, and you don't want to face one of the best RBI men in the world.
Threw him a lot of change-ups his first at bat, and he starts him out with a curveball in the dirt. His curveball is not being thrown for strikes so far. And if it is, he's getting a little bit benefit of the doubt on the outside corner curveball.
One of those things where you got to have a fastball to set up the curveball. No pitcher in the world can go out there and throw 10 curveballs in a row and expect to stay in the ballgame.
Change low and outside, 2-0. Kenny Cloud up already here in the second inning. Two and one.
You have to start challenging those guys sooner or later with your fastball. And right there, 2-0. Got the perfect pitch, low and away with a little sink to it. Gonzalez says, I was looking middle third to hit it a mile.
Off the end of the bat, foul on a change.
And that's where Freddie Garcia is showing some of his older knowledge, not his age. Throws a good fastball, 2-0. Has the confidence to come back with a 2-1 changeup. You got to have a lot of moxie because that changeup has a tendency to float away, and it could be 3-1, and you're in big trouble. But he makes a good pitch, 2-2. He's in the driver's seat. He can come either way now.
Curveball. And he hung a little bit. Got away with a mistake.
And you look at them, they say, we don't want to throw the fastball, let's throw the breaking ball. Stays up, but the speed, not the break got Gonzalez out, but the speed got him out in front. He took a lot off of it. And those are the two aspects of a curveball, the break and the speed of it.
Fastball jammed him that time. Breaking ball. Great pitch from Freddie Garcia. A big Uncle Charlie paid a visit. Yes, indeed, to get out of the inning. And as we go to the bottom half, well, that's a change. That wasn't a curveball. That's a straight change. We go to the bottom of the second. It's still the Mariners 3-2.
Did you tell the kids we wouldn't be home this weekend?
I told them we'd be in this home.
None of them offered to drop by, did they?
No, it's just you and me and our getaway.
I'll start a fire.
When you've earned a second home, take a second look at manufactured homes. Call 1-800-35-OWNER for more information or visit our website.
Don't answer it.
Today's manufactured home, built for living, built for life.
Chevrolet cars are trusted by more Americans than any other. Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest lasting on the road. If that's not enough reason to own a Chevrolet car or truck, then this definitely is. The Great Summer Drive-In from Chevrolet. You can drive away in a select Chevrolet and get cash back up to $2,000. Or choose APR financing as low as 0% for 36 months. Or check out the offers on other great Chevrolet cars and trucks. It's Chevrolet's Great Summer Drive-In. See your local Chevrolet dealer today.
This guy's been taking Brockmeyer deep all year long. A well-hit ball to bring that runner in. Here's the pitch high and outside. We have a full count now. Tie and run on
Don't
first
you
base.
love
It's a hot
baseball?
one this afternoon, folks.
Uh-huh.
Wind up. A well-hit ball into deep left center field.
Okay. Just one more time? Sure, why not? I just love this part. Play ball. Where'd you get this big screen? Magnolia High Five. Sweet.
That's going to score the runner.
You guys on a road trip?
Yeah.
Where you headed?
Here.
Get any 3 of these 5 items for $1.59 now at AM/PM.
John Mabry, the Mariner third baseman, leads it off in the second inning of play against Aaron Seeley. And that fastball foul straight back. It's been a while since Mabry hit a home run. Matter of fact, 6 weeks. It's Cinco de Mayo, the 5th of May, against Dave Burba back in Cleveland. Slow curveball, tapped up the first base line. Zahn picks it up, and we'll throw him out.
Batting eighth, second baseman, number 25, David Bell.
It's a big game for the Mariners, not only because it's their final game here, but they could get to within 4 instead of 6 when Texas leaves town.
And the mental aspect, too. You're letting Texas know that we can beat you. Worry about us.
And you're going off on the road, too, to play this same team. You play this team 6 times, at least at the beginning of the series, 6 times in 9 games. The only separation, 3 top games against the Oakland A's down in Oakland.
And they're playing some hot teams, too. Texas on kind of a roll, and, of course, the A's on a roll. So you got to get your act together real quick, or things could slide fairly fast.
There's that big 9-6 curveball, or 12-6, I should say. 12-3, whatever time you pick.
Downer.
It broke a lot.
Yeah, downer.
There's another one.
Dewdrop. They got all kind of names for the curveball because guys can't hit them. That's what makes people go get real jobs right there. That curveball. Well, we'll talk about the strike zone a little bit. When players say, as long as the umpire is consistent, and they mean both sides, if Freddie Garcia's not getting those pitches, they don't want Aaron Sealer to get those close pitches either. If the Mariners start seeing it go one-sided, that's when they'll get upset.
Curveball again, that he hung a little bit. Yeah, fastball. Rung him up. Bell obviously wasn't looking for that pitch. So since the junior home run, 5 in a row retired by Aaron Sealer.
And we're looking at that pitch right on the outside corner, the same pitch Edgar Martinez took. It's right on the outside black, right on the borderline part. O'Neara says it catches plate, and the Mariners will be looking at that close and say, Freddie's got to get that pitch too.
On 1. Inside, the first man to ever get a hit here at the Kingdome opening day, 1977, is now the hitting coach for the Atlanta Braves, a former skipper of the Colorado Rockies, Don Baylor. Baylor was the designated hitter for the Angels that day.
Well,
Groove, what a man. 2-2.
Well, if you piled up the numbers, you look at Don Baylor, you would have figured he would have been the first player hit.
Yeah.
Hit over 300 times in his career.
Toward the hole, base hit for Dan.
Well, at the open, we reminded you Dan Wilson was hot, and when you're hot, you can take the ball the other way. This is another perfect pitch by Aaron Sealer. He hits the outside corner, the strikeout pitch on David Bell. It's at the same location. When you're hot, you can hit it the other way. Dan Wilson stays back, backs it up, and bangs it into right field.
Brian Hunter had that hustle base hit to lead off the ball game, and then stole second. The first Mariner to ever get a hit here on opening night was a second baseman by the name of Jose Baez. Breaking ball for strike, 0-1. He singled in the bottom of the first inning against Frank Tanana. And Wilson goes. The pitch inside. Throw through by Zahn is off the glove of the second baseman, McLemore. So Dan Wilson, his second stolen base of the year. That's the element of surprise there.
Well, those things, Aaron Sealy, he's a breaking ball pitcher, remember? Looking for a curveball. Lou hoping to get a break, slow curveball. Even Dan Wilson can steal a base on a curveball, but he's hoping he bounce it. He's saying, I can't hang around and say we're going to beat Aaron Sealy around the ballpark, so I'm going to run Dan Wilson and get him in scoring position.
1-1 pitch. Curve, and it's a little high. That's pretty good. It's not where it ends up. It's where it goes over the plate. Went down and got one that was going to be a ball, and he taps it back to the mound. So the second inning yields a 0 for the Mariners. They leave Dan Wilson out there in scoring position. So we'll come back and tell you about Palmeiro, Zeal, and Stevens. 3-2 Mariners.
Oh, it's pitching legend Raleigh Fingers.
Yeah, and he's taking Jose Mesa under his wing. Here's the deal. If you're going to pitch against the Athletics, you're going to need a mustache to hide stuff in. Check this out. Look at this.
Junior and the M's crank it up for a divisional battle by the Bay. Series starts Tuesday at 6:30 on Fox Sports Net.
Florida really distracting.
Whoa.
Man, he's good.
Are you one of the millions of American males who would like increased sexual energy? If you've been considering Viagra as a solution, consider something different. All natural Virilex. Clinical studies show various ingredients of Virilex enhance sexual energy, increasing desire, performance, and satisfaction. Virilex is all natural with no side effects. With Virilex, you'll feel the increased energy within minutes and with no chemicals. We're so sure you and your mate will be completely satisfied. We'll offer you a 30-day, no questions asked, full refund. Virilex stimulates sexual energy by expanding the blood vessels, causing increased blood flow to specific areas of the body. Unleash the power of Virilex now.
Call 1-800-330-6408 right now to order Virilex today, and it will be delivered discreetly to your home. Get results using the safe, all-natural alternative. Call 1-800-330-6408.
This is Fox Sports Net Northwest.
Tom Glasgow with your U.S. West update. It's the Yankees and Orioles at Camden Yards will pick up the action in the top of the ninth. Luis Sojo going solo, his first home run since July 30th in '97. It helps the Yankees beat the Birds 6-2.
Oh, no.
Please find the camera.
Welcome back, and it's nice to have an old partner of mine up here in the booth along with Dave Henderson as we go to the third inning, and Palmeiro takes it a little outside. Ken Griffey Sr., we were just talking about, just telling you about our pregame radio show, and of course your first game here in August, last day of August 1990, and the little things that you told me I didn't realize. For example, like when you went out to see Junior, you say never got a hit. You know?
Oh, yeah.
As a kid.
He didn't get a hit for like 6 years.
Fly ball hit off the end of the bat, and speaking of Junior, there he is, backing up to make the easy catch after already electrifying the crowd with a 3-run home run, which obviously must not surprise you the way he does things.
No, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, he told me there was, you put more cameras out there and you put 50,000 people in the stands. He wanted to be the star. He wanted to do something special.
Well, he does have a flair for the dramatic here, you know.
Zeal hits a routine ground ball right down to Mabry, who throws him out, and it pulls a first baseman off the bag, and Mabry will be charged with an error. And you don't need any errors when, if you're Freddie Garcia, you have thrown a lot of pitches in the first couple of innings, and he has thrown over 50 pitches.
And we were talking about Freddie needs a couple of quick innings to get back into the groove, and all of a sudden you get the air, and that complicates problems. When you get a guy on base, then the other manager has to manage it a little bit, and you have to control the running game. So he wanted a quick inning, didn't get it.
How many World Series rings do you have? 3?
3, yeah.
3 World Series rings.
All with the Reds.
MVP trophy in an All-Star game. Outside, ball 1 ball, no strikes, and yet your biggest baseball thrill had to come when you ran out there.
Right out here.
Yeah.
When this is August 31st.
Yeah.
Yep. That was the biggest thrill of my life, getting a chance to play with him.
1-0 on Lee Stevens. Strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. But, as I was telling you, and you told me,
that you never ever had your concentration broken until you stepped at the plate.
So that one day, that one day just confused me a little bit.
Because on deck, somebody was yelling, "Come on, Dad."
I had never heard that phrase used before from the on-deck circle.
Well, tell him about those rings when he gets a little big-headed, and tell him about what he can buy and all this. You just tap him on his forehead with a ring and says, "You can't buy one of these."
Well, when he was younger, yeah, I kind of slack off of it a little bit now.
I can still get him.
Yeah, you can get on him. Well, I tease him a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of nudge him on.
Two the count on Lee Stevens. And again, that error beginning to look kind of ugly here because of the number of pitches that the kid is having to throw. Have you seen him pitch before?
No, it's the first time.
Yeah.
I might have seen him on TV, but it wasn't,
Yeah.
you know, I haven't seen very much of him. He throws the ball pretty good. Threw Gonzalez a couple of good pitches.
Change.
Change.
By the way, congratulations. You're 1-0 as a Major League Manager. Huh?
That goes under McKeon's belt. I just stood in for him that day.
Jack McKeon, the skipper of the Cincinnati Reds, his wife had some surgery, and Kenny had to take over the reins for one day and won. I understand you got two guys thrown out at third, though.
No, that was my third base coach.
Oh, okay.
You do sound like a manager already.
You know, I told him to run him, but not that soon.
1-0. On Zahn.
I'll talk about managing a little bit. The baseball side seems to be the easy part, but that pregame press conference, that postgame press conference, and all the other stuff you have to do.
Well, you know, that's something that you're going to have to get used to doing if you're going to become a Major League Manager. I mean, you have to go and deal with it. And
one hopper hit right to David Bell, or even a Major League player. You got to get used to it early.
Yeah, the same thing. I mean, you know, as a Major League player, I handled it pretty good, so I didn't worry about that.
Visiting with Ken Griffey Sr. here as the Mariners lead it by a score of 3-2, and we'll be back right after this.
Look, Leah, win a new Lindell Cedar home. Just pick the inning any Mariner hits a grand slam.
I bet it'll be Alex, Jay.
Alex? I bet anything it'll be me.
You're on, Slugger.
Enter the Mariners Grand Slam giveaway in the tool department.
Coming in nicely, Jay.
Man, A-Rod really got lucky.
Eagle Hardware and Garden. More of everything. Put the power in your hands with quality power tools from Porter Cable, like the Tough Tiger saw. Do it right with Porter Cable every day at Eagle.
Sears Giant Wall-to-Wall Tire Sale. Get incredible deals for whatever you drive. All brands, all sizes, all tires on sale. And with thousands in stock, we've got the right tire for you right now. Sears, your smart stop for tires and batteries.
I've heard Black Angus is putting on a big spread. 2 half-pound prime rib dinners with an appetizer platter to share and a big mountain fudge cake to split. Prime rib dinner for 2, just $30. See you at Black Angus.
Someone once said that a baseball diamond is one of mankind's most flawless creations. A place where young and old find laughter, dreams, heroes, and excitement under blue summer skies on lush green grass. A place that marks the time and holds our memories. Welcome to your new ballpark. Welcome to Safeco Field.
Welcome back to the Kingdome for the final time. This is Dave Niehaus with Dave Henderson and Ken Griffey Sr. visiting with us here. Now bench coach with the Cincinnati Reds. You guys in first place tie with Houston after the win today.
Yeah, we swept them in Houston, which was
that's unbelievable.
It's a tough one, but I think the biggest thing was the 3 big guys weren't hitting that well, so our pitchers did a good job, though.
Here comes A-Rod to lead it off in the 3rd inning for the Mariners now. Seeley's fastball a little bit outside. Ball 1, 1 ball, no strikes. Of course, you've got one of the rages of the National League there at first base, Sean Casey.
Oh, Sean is an excellent player.
There's a base hit by A-Rod right back up the middle. They're saying he's one of the best young hitters to come around in years.
He is a hitter, too. That's exactly what he's a professional hitter for me. I mean, inside, outside, over his head, doesn't make any difference where it's thrown. If he gets the bat on it, he's going to hit a line drive somewhere.
That's one of those trades that kind of helped both ball clubs. Dave Berber going to Cleveland has done a good job.
It really helped us, you know, because we needed that type of hitter in our lineup to really establish Barry Larkin and a couple of other guys. But Sean has done an excellent job.
Well, here's Junior, and I surmised just before he hit that 3-1 pitch into the seats that he's probably still not 100% because of that sinus infection that knocked him out of the game a couple of nights ago, and then he gets a 3-1 fastball and hits a laser beam into the lower deck. So Junior would give anything, I'm sure, to have a couple of more home runs. That would give him an even 200 here at the Kingdome before they close the door. Wow. Got 198. One ball and no strikes.
So if Aaron Seeley keeps pitching behind, he's going to have a little better chance again.
That's what you want him to do. Get that one he can handle.
Slow curveball.
Aaron Seeley knows he has to feature a lot of slow breaking balls to Griffey and hope he pulls some fouls. And Griffey knows he got to keep the ball fair down the right field line. Pretty simple.
There goes A-Rod. The pitch is popped up. And Zahn has the mask off, but he's going to give way to the first baseman, Lee Stevens. So one away. And that'll bring up Edgar Martinez. Have you had a chance to give Safeco Field a look?
No, I wanted to do that this afternoon if I could, but we'll see. After the game, I'm thinking about it. I got a flight leaving, going back to Cincinnati tonight. What's it going to be like over there, though?
Oh, unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. How about your new stadium, Cincinnati? Anything happening?
Well, they're going to start building, I think, at the end of this year.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Right down on the riverfront?
Right there.
Here's Edgar Martinez now. And that ball is tattooed to deep center field, going back and over the head of the center fielder Goodwin. So around third, here comes A-Rod. He's going to score on another double by Edgar Martinez. It's 4-2 Mariners. Edgar Martinez, a bullet over Tom Goodwin's head in deep center field. Somewhat akin to Game 4 of the '95 playoffs against the New York Yankees when he hit a grand slam home run, only it was out of here to dead center field.
Edgar gets a fastball up in the zone, up and away, and he hit this ball on a line because Tom Goodwin out there with his great speed, if you leave it in the ballpark, he's usually going to catch it. But don't leave any air under it. No center fielder can catch it. When it bounces off the wall, A-Rod scores easily.
Well, certainly this game has the feel of a playoff game. It has the feel of a World Series game.
Well, when you got 50,000 plus, it's always has that feel.
Here is David Segui, whose daddy threw out the first pitch. Here, April 6, 1977, and we got a real surprise for you in the post-game festivities. So you do stay tuned for that.
Well, to a player, to a man, when you got a big crowd like this, a lot of incentive to have a good ball game because you can send 50,000 people home saying, hey, he's a pretty good ball player. You can trick him. Don't get a hit for a week, but when the house is full, get your hit.
It's the best time to get the hit.
Yeah.
2 strikes on David. David's going to miss this place. He loves to hit here. Of course, as we said on several occasions, I've never met a
player that
didn't like to hit here. Change got him that time. So Segui's down on strikes, 2 away.
I know I love to hit here. Even when I was with the Yankees, I enjoyed coming up here to hit this ballpark. We could never beat the Mariners when I was with the Yankees.
Yeah, those years, yeah. That's right here.
That was strange. I just
really
didn't
was.
understand that.
Well, as a player playing against you guys, we couldn't figure it out either because everybody else would kick our butts. You guys had...
Well, I know one time it rained real hard on Gaylord Perry's 300th win that day. It only rained at home plate.
Still see Willie Randolph hitting that ball to Julio Cruz for the final out.
I hit one in front of home plate and it stuck.
Hosky gets the curveball and pulls it foul.
Well, you guys didn't get the view. I was in center field, and I, seemed loaded up, and you knew the spit ball was coming, and I'd see it coming, and the look on batters' faces when it disappeared, it was funny out there in center field.
Well, I didn't know he threw a spitball.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right.
I didn't know Gaylord threw that. You guys are telling me something new.
Fastball right down the middle. Ball on 2 strikes.
Oh, that's what Seelig can do. He can get you looking so much curveball, so much off speed that he sneaks that fastball in there, and it's 90 miles an hour. But if you're not looking fastball and adjusting the curveball, it looks 95.
Curveball that time and raked right to third. And Zeal will throw him out, but the Mariners get one more here in the third. We go to the fourth. 4-2. Mariners.
Swipe your Safeway Club card and you could win an incredible brand name prize. Look for La Victoria Salsa, Duracell batteries, Keebler snack crackers. Swipe your club card to play $1 Million Baseball Magic today.
When you buy a bargain basement PC, what you're really buying is a mystery box. Will there be a monitor? Probably not. Lots of software? Ha! A year on the internet, 24/7 tech support? Dream on. With a Gateway Essential PC, you know exactly what you're getting. Monitor, great software, award-winning tech support, and internet access for $28 a month or less than $1 a day. No mystery there. Call 1-800-GATEWAY for a Gateway Essential PC with an Intel Celeron processor.
Oh, of course I'll marry you, Roger. Everything about you is just perfect. Well, almost everything.
Go, girl! That's right! Yeah, baby!
We're gonna be so happy.
The Honda Civic, the car for both of you. Now you can get special APR financing for as low as 3.9% APR for 36 months on all 99 Civics.
Swipe your Safeway Club card and you could win a 10-day luxury Caribbean cruise for 2. Look for Tombstone Pizza, Lipton Noodles and Sauce, Scott Paper Products. Swipe your club card to play $1 Million Baseball Magic today.
You guys on a road trip?
Yeah.
Where you headed?
Here.
Get any 3 of these 5 items for $159 now at AM/PM.
Well, a festive atmosphere here. Closing day at the Kingdome after 1,604 games with Ken Griffey Sr. and Dave Henderson, Dave Niehaus, and it's going to be interesting to see the emotions after the final out of this ball game. It hasn't really hit me yet. The delivery's high to Royce Clayton and outside, and I don't think it really will until I see this place in a pile of rubble, as I was saying. Even after the last baseball game is over, we're still going to be able to look at it from Safeco Field out there at the press box. And I think it's after the Seahawks are done and the place is finally torn down, I then think you'll really have the memories pour out.
Well, it'll hit you. It'll eventually hit you.
Well, just like...
Same in Cincinnati for me, it's Riverfront.
Well, yeah, I know. And the same Cincinnati for me for Crosley Field.
Right.
Before Riverfront was built. That was one of the ballparks where I saw my first Major League game, old Crosley Field with the terrace. Matter of fact, Yesterday, Frank Robinson was here, and I was talking to Robbie about it. And some of his great, he was MVP 1961 there.
He had some great seasons in Cincinnati.
Yeah. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It was a very emotional last game for me at Tiger Stadium this year. I was only there. The last time ever to
play at Tiger Stadium, right.
Broken bat ground ball. Alex has to pick the ball out of the wood, the bat coming his way, and throws him out. Where was your favorite ballpark in which to hit?
Riverfront and Yankee Stadium.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, I enjoyed hitting in Yankee Stadium.
Well, as long as you can keep it away from center field, just like Tiger Stadium, you can.
I learned how to pull it real quick. And the other one was actually Boston. Boston was a nice ball, but I can hit it off that. You know, that was the only field I can hit the left field that I feel I can, crush the ball and just hitting it off that wall.
Tommy Goodwin takes a little bit high ball 1 ball and no strikes. I bet you would have loved to hit at Coors Field.
Oh, yeah. I was a coach there one year, and I had 4 guys hit 40 and drive in 100. I said, you got to be kidding me.
Well, you had that swing tailored to hit the ball left center to left field anyway, and that short porch of left field, you'd have had some money out there.
Oh, yeah. That's why I love Boston. I mean, during the 75 series, all they talked about was Green Monster. And that series, I was the only one that hit it probably more consistent than anyone. Right-handers didn't hit it that much.
A couple of great left-handed batters made a lot of money there, and Hall of Fame careers there that used to just wear that wall out, of course, in Carl Yastrzemski and Ted Williams.
Yep. And Freddie Lynn was one of the ones that really... And so did Bob.
Wade Boggs. And everybody tries to put Mo Vaughn in that category, but he's so big, he hit it through the wall.
It didn't make any difference where he was going to hit it. If he hit it hard, it was going out anywhere. The guy that had the tailor-made swing, I thought when I seen him play there, was Fred Lynn.
And Freddie struggling a bit here with his control. He's walked 5, and he walked a guy, about the last guy you do not want to walk in this lineup, and that's Mr. Goodwin. And he's behind McLemore, 2-0.
And we did have the pitch count. He's up there at 89 pitches, in the 4th inning. And if you start adding that up, he's going to throw 190, so it isn't going to work. He's not going to be around that long if he keeps his pace.
Some action down in the bullpen, as a matter of fact. We had action in the 2nd inning. Kenny Cloud was up and throwing. 2-1. Frankie Rodriguez. This time around.
It's a fairly young bullpen. I mean, pitching staff, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Starting staff?
Alama. This guy.
Yeah, I watched Alama
with the
when
exception
he was
of Moyer, who's got some, Moyer's one of baseball's best.
Well, he came out of spring training with 8 rookies pitchers, so you knew we were going to have some ups and downs, and
Junior has his eye on that one and his glove on that one. So 2 down. Who's your horse?
Pete Harnish. That's our horse. That's the guy we go to. He did a good job for us today. He beat Houston 5-2. So, but he's been doing real well. Vallone has thrown 2-3 games in a row for us real well.
That's Ron Vallone,
the
former Mariner.
Right.
He's got that off-speed pitch now. He was a hard throw over here, but he's got a little bit of a fosh ball.
He's got a good changeup.
Yeah.
He's been throwing it a lot, but he threw a 1-hitter against Houston the other night, first night in.
Where it takes in the dirt. Ball 1 ball and no strikes.
Our biggest plus has been our bullpen, though. We have one kid over there that's amazing. His name is Williamson, Scott Williamson. He throws about 97 with a fork ball and a good slider.
Right now?
Yeah, always right-hander, and all his pitches he gets over, so he can be real tough.
So the scouting report when you play Cincinnati is have the lead before Wisdom comes in, huh?
That's it. him and Danny Graves.
Yeah. Got to be yours. Jeff Zimmerman's done the same thing for these guys for Texas. Change out in front. 1 ball and 1 strike on Rusty Greer. Obviously, that has been the Mariners' Achilles heel this year. They can't seem to get into a 6-out ball game with anybody.
That's rough. There's one night I was going home and the game was 7-3, and I said, "Oh, they won that one." And I looked at the paper the next day; it was 12-7.
Only one?
I said, I said, I know lose half nuts now.
But to come to their defense a little bit, they know they're going to have a young staff, young in the bullpen. You're going to have ups and downs like that. That's why they have AAA.
1-2 pitch is banged into the hole on the right side for a base hit. So heading to third, sliding in safely is Tom Gordon. So again, Mr. Garcia kind of sticking his toes in the hot embers here in the 4th inning. He's got Mr. Gonzalez with which to contend, and he has Gonzalez twice on strikes. If you're a tout, the odds of him doing it 3 times are pretty high.
Well, I hope he does it for the 3rd time.
We just know as baseball people, a guy that gets 150 RBIs a year, they don't leave him out there all day.
No.
1-0.
Especially if you keep giving him a shot at it.
Change, and that ball is belted deep to left center. Junior to the track. The wall makes the lead. That makes the catch. It is Ken Griffey Jr.'s game, as you would expect. My, oh my, how about that, Dad?
I'm speechless.
And there we go again, like the Yankee Stadium home run sent away from Jesse Barfield. Ken Griffey Jr. bailed out.
Absolutely unbelievable as 57,000 fans greet the Mariners superstar as he comes in. He has done it offensively. He has done it defensively, taking away a home run from Juan Gonzalez. My, oh my, what a game for Junior.
Taught him everything he knows.
There you go. All right.
I think Dad's going to get up and give him a round of applause. Unbelievable. Yes, indeed. So that will do it here in the 4th inning. Great to have seen you, my friend. Thanks for dropping by.
Standing ovation out there.
Yes, indeed. 2 left, and the Mariners still lead it 4-2.
Do you suffer from anxiety?
Don't look at me.
Insomnia? Temporary insanity? Well, now there's something that will make matters even worse. Introducing Quokka.com, digital sports entertainment that lets you experience what the athletes experience by combining live audio and video, athlete emails, and real-time statistics. Experience more anxiety,
Quit looking at me.
more insomnia, and even more insanity. Experience Quokka.com today, your digital...
You know, Kenny and I never compare statistics.
Or Super Bowls.
That way we can drink our Miller Lights without arguing. Right, Mr. Fewer career touchdown passes than me?
Right, Mr. Never Been to the Big One.
We only talk about why Miller Lite tastes great.
It's the choice hops.
No, Snake. Miller Lite tastes great because it's smooth. But let's not fight.
Yeah, you're right. Let's be friends.
Table ready for Mr. I don't have as many passing yards as Dan Fouts?
Hey, that's you.
Miller Lite. Taste the true Pilsner.
We're back with a Monday Night Football player profile. Bobby Boucher. They call him the Water Boy. 190 pounds. Lives with his mother and constantly tormented by everyone. But then,
Stop making fun of me.
Boucher discovered his special gift.
Damn.
Now the whole world will feel his pain.
Please don't hurt me.
Adam Sandler, The Water Boy.
This month on DirecTV.
All right, dear.
Diamondbacks, Rizz, Thursday at 7 on Fox Sports Net.
And welcome back to the Kingdome, where Ken Griffey Jr. has captivated one of the biggest audiences in Mariner history with his glove and with his bat. John Mabry has the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Aaron Seeley will deliver the fastball, it's hit into left center field, and moving over is Greer, and Rusty Greer will make the catch. So 1 down. Man.
Dave, we talked about it before. The superstars, when they get a stage, house full, Juan Gonzalez hits a apparent home run. He says, give it to Juan Gonzalez. I got you. Ken Griffey Jr. says, no, you left it too close to the wall. I'm bringing it back.
Great catch.
Yeah, great play.
Great catch. David Bell is going to put it back into the seats down the right field line. Oh, and 1. Of course, he took an historic home run away from that guy. His, 300th home run, wasn't it, at Yankee Stadium in New York? 200th home run, I guess it was.
Yes.
200th home run. Strike on the outside corner, 0-2. And that was a youngster, and produced one of the widest smiles I have ever seen him have at Yankee Stadium when he came back with that ball. And as I recall, that ball was in right center field.
Left center, deep left center, almost the same identical catch. Came back showing the umpire the ball and running in faster than he ran out there.
That curveball is inside. So the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Certainly, as the Mariners leave the Kingdome, win or lose this final game. That's a base hit. As David Bell, speaking of Cincinnati, from Cincinnati, rips a line drive into left field. Will be Ken Griffey Jr.'s performance here today.
And we've already said it a number of times, superstars like the grand stage. A few more cameras here, a few more writers closing the dome. He wants to make an impression around the country and be the headlines. I'm Ken Griffey Jr., I'm the man.
Danny Wilson banged a base hit into the hole into right field in the second. High inside, so the count, 1 ball and no strikes. The crowd just kind of savoring the moment after Junior's electrifying defensive play and waiting for him to get back up to the plate on offense one more time. Strike on the outside corner. Of course, there are going to be other incredible moments for Junior across the street the rest of the year. At Safeco Field, you can go up and bring home runs back over there, too.
And every outfielder loves hitting a home run, but we talk about going over the wall, taking home runs away a lot longer than hitting a home run. Dave, when we start looking at the Texas Rangers ball club, talking about their number 1 asset, the bullpen, their starting pitching might be their only Achilles heel. They don't have a lot of dominant starters. They have adequate starters, but that's where you can beat the Texas Rangers early in a ball game. Don't wait till late to try to beat them.
Ball back. Well, when we were on the road, we read an article, I guess it was in Cleveland, they said about the Texas Rangers starting rotation. They had a new motto: Seeley and Helling, and then comes the shelling. But it hasn't happened that way because of the bullpen. There's Pudge Rodriguez. And by the way, this is a different ball club with him out of that lineup.
Right.
With Ivan Rodriguez in the lineup. 1-2.
Well, you start looking at the numbers of Morgan and Clark, the starters. They're not dominant, but they're adequate. They have the ERAs in the fours, high fours. They try to keep the club in the ball game till the vaulted offense can get a lot of runs.
Ryan Glenn there. Youngster did a heck of a job the other night. Mike Morgan behind him, 40-year-old right-hander. He's done a heck of a job for the Texas Rangers. Mike Morgan, of course, a part of the Seattle Mariner Kingdome history.
When we do look at the club, that's why we say around the trading deadline, they've got a lot of categorized as 2 and 3 starters, but they don't have that big gun. They were looking for Roger Clemens this year, and they might shell out some bucks and go get one of that dominant starter, number 1 starter, around that July time.
Bell's gone. Pitch, ground ball to the shortstop, and they'll get only 1 as Clayton throws him out. 2 away. Mariners baseball on Fox Sports Net Northwest is brought to you by your friendly Northwest Dodge dealers. So the Mariners get a runner in scoring position with 2 outs now by sending David Bell and Brian Hunter. 1 for 2 will be the hitter. There's David.
You were talking about Ivan Rodriguez out of the lineup. You've seen Lou pull the trigger running base runners early in this ball game. With Rodriguez in there, I don't think he'd take a chance of running these guys.
I don't know. Of course, the Mariners are going to be playing at least 2 back-to-back games with sellouts. This one, and one on the 15th, the opener at Safeco. Seattle Mariner baseball changed forever when that man arrived on the scene in 1993 as the pilot of the Mariners, delivering 2 division titles. Exciting baseball fans. Lou Piniella should be saluted, I think, on this final day here at the Kingdome for the job that he has done. 2 balls and no strikes. Came back over the outside corner.
And you see the maturity of Brian Hunter. He takes that 2-0 pitch, trying to get on base to get A-Rod and Griffey back in line with guys on base. He knows he's going to get a strike, but working for a ball 4.
And again, that came right back over the heart of the plate. Waste Clayton will have to hurry his throw, and he pulls the first baseman off the bag, and coming in to score is David Bell. Stevens couldn't grab the ball. Again, great hustle, and Clayton knowing that he had the great wheels of Brian Hunter with which to deal. And that had a lot to do with that play.
Everything to do with that play. And Clayton with a sore shoulder. Remember, he was on a DL a month ago for that shoulder, and this high hopper, he says, I've got a lot of wheels running. The ball bounces high. I got to get rid of it quick. I don't have time to set. He throws it with all arm. And remember, his arm is not as strong as what it used to be after the injury. And that's the wild pitch, the wild throw.
Alex Rodriguez has walked and scored. He's single and he scored. They're going to score it 1-1, a hit and an error. No RBI, so the second infield hit for Brian Hunter. strikes. Curveball right toward the hole. Zeal has it. He'll have to hurry his throw, too, and just barely get Alex Rodriguez. So here in the fourth, the Mariners pick up an unearned run. They'll take it after 4. Lead it 5-2.
Flying to the Bay Area for business? If these 10 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to the Bay Area, maybe this will. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA.
You are now free to move about the country.
For Dodge Intrepid, we looked beyond a great look and took cab-forward architecture to a new place. With a spacious cabin, a very useful pass-through, and a cavernous trunk, Intrepid is an automobile for today, wrapped in a shape for the next millennium.
Now, select buyers get 5.9 financing and $1,000 cash allowance on Intrepid.
If this one doesn't get your toe tapping, check your pulse. You may be dead. Here it is, coming to you in living cola, Pepsi Cola, from the wonderful folks who put the in cola. I'll be signing off now, because it's my bedtime. I'll catch you on the flip side. Be there.
Fish job.
You gotta be fast to see A-Rod, so hurry up and twist Pepsi 2 liters to win Safeco Field opening day game tickets.
I'm Jim Rome. Next week on The Last Word, we will talk NBA draft with a projected top 10 draft pick, Wally Szczerbiak, also the head coach of the team with the first overall selection, Chicago's Tim Floyd. That's all next week at 6:30 and midnight right here on Fox Sports Net.
And welcome back to the Kingdome, where the Mariners now have a 5-2 lead. Freddie Garcia trying to grit himself through the fifth inning. Rafi Palmeiro leading it off, and it's great to have Mr. Mariner with us. Alvin Davis, the only Mariner to be inducted into the Mariners Hall of Fame. And welcome home.
It's good to be home, even if it's for the final.
You know, one of the Kingdome moments that I will always remember, not only 1984, your rookie season, but I had a feeling in my body, your final at bat in 1991, and I said on the air, I said, you know, there's a good chance this is going to be the final at bat for Alvin Davis. I don't know why, but I just felt it. And it was. And the salute, after I mentioned that to you, of the people that were here, I will never, ever forget. You remember that?
Yes, I do. It was bone-chilling, Dave.
3-1 the count. And Freddie Garcia's thrown a lot of pitches. He's thrown 100 pitches already as we go into the fifth inning of play. So he's probably not very long for this ball game.
And Lou Piniella walking to the mound, and he gave the whirly-bird sign to Matt Sinatra, coach down there, to hurry him up because he's at 90 pitches and he's struggling. Frankie Rodriguez getting ready in a hurry because Lou's going to have one talk, make one more walk, and he's probably out of the ball game.
It's ironic that we close against the Texas Rangers here at the Kingdome when, up until 1995, the biggest moment for Seattle came in 1991, Alvin Davis's last year, and it came against the Texas Rangers in Texas when the Mariners won a ball game down there and assured themselves for the first time of being a 500 ball club. I'll never forget that. You were crying, Harold was crying, I was crying, Valley was crying. It was like we'd won the World Series.
It was. It was our own personal battle, wasn't it, Dave? I mean, you had watched many years of baseball and a lot of futility out there in the field. We had experienced it, and it was really a great feeling to know that we were going to go home winners for the first time.
Todd Zeal takes it in too far. Ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. Yeah, that was a very special time, 1991. And 1984 when You were the only Mariner in history so far to be named Rookie of the Year. Ball two balls and no strikes, and it was a heck of a battle to knock off one of your teammates to do that, wasn't it, Mark Langston?
Those 200 strikeouts he put up that year made a great case. And, you know, we knew that either way that we were going to be happy. It had been a great year.
Zeal bangs one toward the hole by Mabry. And that's probably going to be it for Garcia. Let's see.
Well, you start to see the signs, people walking around slow, and you get a coach saying, talk to him. That used to be Alvin Davis' job. They single that two fingers together, go talk to the pitcher. And you never liked that job walking out there.
No, I didn't, because you never knew what you were going to get on the other end of that walk. Some of those guys are bulldogs, and you got to yank them off the mound. They don't want a little first baseman come over there taking them out of the game.
And a little blooper. Trouble. And making a great catch is Hunter in left field. Throw back to second. They almost doubled up Rafael Palmeiro. What a catch by Brian Hunter.
Wow, you look at this. Brian Hunter comes up. Remember, the Astro term comes into play. He can't wait back. You get that slide right there. Nice little rug burn. He's got a little blood on the knee right there, but he pops up, makes a gutsy throw to second base, and almost gets Palmeiro for the double play.
Well, here's Greg Zahn, now the left-handed batting catcher, taking a strike at the knees. The Mariners are throwing a lot of Texas Longhorn steer at the Texas Rangers, a lot of leather. Ken Griffey Jr. and now Brian Hunter. A change, 1 ball and 1 strike.
And I think Freddie Garcia got the message, too, that he wasn't long for this ball game. He's grabbing a ball, throwing. He says, I might as well throw it over the plate since I'm going to be out of here anyway.
Freddie's a professional. He knows this is winning time, top of the 5th inning. It's a lot of work to come out, throw 110, 115 pitches and not get a decision.
A curveball that wouldn't quite catch the back side, the corner. 2-1. Freddie Garcia, as we mentioned in our opening, wasn't even born when this place opened. Fastball and a double play ball. Hit to second. Bell, however, had trouble getting it out of his glove, but still A-Rod makes up for it, and they get the double play.
And he knows you saw the bobble, but you got the catcher running, the hitter, and A-Rod says, I'm going to hang in there a little longer and sacrifice my legs and turn the double play.
Hey, D, it's great to see you. We'll see you on the postgame show.
Good to see you, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Okay, D.
A table saw. The right drill bits. A router for filigree. An Eagle expert to explain what filigree is. One afternoon, to build a little support for the one who's always supported me. Eagle Hardware and Garden. More of everything.
And more of everything means more brand names like Black & Decker. Circular saws, drills, finish sanders, and more. Black & Decker at Eagle.
Craftsman. Built to handle whatever Mother Nature dishes out. And even the things she doesn't. Over the years, no mower has been more bumped, scraped, and abused than Craftsman. Why face your lawn with anything else? Now at Sears, save $40 on select Craftsman mowers.
Your great-grandfather started this business with a handsaw. Your grandfather expanded it with a drill. And I, your father, I used the nail gun. So, what are you going to do?
Develop an innovative sales program using the internet to get new customers.
What?
US West Dex built our website and then drives customers to it with an ad in the Dex Yellow pages.
Your grandfathers would be proud.
Now we have even more tools to build your business. US West Dex.
I've heard Black Angus is putting on a big spread. 2 half-pound prime rib dinners with an appetizer platter to share and a big mountain fudge cake to split. Prime rib dinner for 2, just $30. See you at Black Angus.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 5th inning here in the Kingdome. The Kingdome finale. The Mariners lead the Texas Rangers by a score of 5-2. Hi again, everybody. Rick Rizz along with Ron Fairley and our special guest, the one and only A.D. Alvin Davis. Freddie Garcia getting some big outs when he needs them, guys.
Good defense behind the Garcia here this afternoon, and right now he needs some good defense because he's been struggling.
I think that catch in left field energized him, too.
Yeah. Here's center fielder Ken Griffey Jr. What a day for Jr. Baseball theater with a home run and a great catch. Pitch on the way is a little high, ball 1. A.D., you were a seasoned veteran when Jr. came up as a kid. What do you remember most about Jr.'s first few days in the big leagues?
Incredible talent. Unquestioned talent. Had a little bit of growing up to do, but that's understandable. 18, 19 years old and fresh out of high school. Full of the world at his feet, literally, and he knew it. And but he has grown so much, over the last 10 years, 11 years, and what a great guy he is.
When he first came up, we called him the kid, and he really was the kid. But at the age of 28 now, he's still the kid. He still play this game like you did in your backyard.
Definitely, he's so free out there and just enjoys himself so much. It's a pleasure to watch play the game. Has a great attitude towards it, and he's just one of the greats.
2-1 the count on Jr., leading off the 5th inning. Ball 3, 3 balls and a strike.
Alvin, did you think that Jr. was going to be as big a home run hitter as he turned out to be? Because when he came up, he was pretty much a line drive hitter.
Yes, he was a complete package, but like you said, a line drive hitter. We thought, he'd hit a lot of doubles, steal a lot of bases, and, but he had a swing that's just made to hit the ball out of the ballpark. He gets through the ball so well, generates so much bat speed in the middle of the swing. One thing that I did see early that is very, very unusual is Jr. came to the big leagues a very good breaking ball hitter, and that's pretty rare. Usually coming out of high school, guys are great fastball hitters. They have to learn how to hit the breaking ball, but Jr. adapted so quickly, and if they hung it, he would hit it hard.
Jr. leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Pitching coach Dick Bosman off the mound. I have a talk with Aaron Seeley. Right-hander Danny Patterson begins to warm up down in the Texas bullpen. Visiting with Alvin Davis, the American League Rookie of the Year in 1984. And I don't know if the guys before us talked about it or not, but what a year for you in 1984. What do you remember most about that season?
Just the whole atmosphere of the season. I mean, we talked about it on radio, but how much the fans got into the season. Mark Langston, some other young guys coming up, Mike Moore establishing himself, Spike Owen. There was a lot to root for. It wasn't just me. We had a good young nucleus of players out there. Dave Henderson. And a lot of things, a lot of people for the fans to get behind.
Here's a guy that came along and became one of the great hitters in the American League, a 2-time American League batting champion, Edgar Martinez. Big RBI double this afternoon in this Kingdome finale. Mr. Double, Edgar Martinez. Shies away from the breaking ball up and in, and the count is 1-0. And we'll have plenty to talk about after the ball game. A salute to the Kingdome right after this ball game. Former Mariners down in the field, and we're going to relive some of the great moments over the last 22 and a half years. And Alvin Davis was a huge, huge part of the history of this franchise in Seattle.
Now, when you bring up the point about Jr. being a pretty good breaking ball hitter, there are a lot of guys, even today in the big leagues, they can't hit breaking ball.
Exactly.
This guy can. Line drive, diving stop at third by Todd Zeal. What a play. Holy smoke, a low rope to the right of Zeal, and he takes away another double from Edgar Martinez.
If that ball gets through, it's going to be the Yankee playoffs one more time.
Yeah, that's right, with Jr. at first.
With Jr. at first base, but a great play by Zeal. Zeal caught that ball, but I think that line drive kind of turned him around a little bit.
What a catch by that guy. 1-on-1 away, and here's first baseman David Segui, whose father, Diego, threw out the first pitch ever in the history of this franchise. April the 6th, 1977.
We don't know how this game is going to end up, but I tell you what, so far, for the final game of the Kingdome, this has been a heck of a game.
It's lived up to its billing, hasn't it?
Oh, it seems like every time I mean, you put Junior on the stage. He has that flair for the dramatic, and he comes through with that home run to give the Mariners lead on that incredible catch out there in center on the ball hit by Juan Gonzalez. Time is called.
Well, Ken Sr.'s here, and I know Junior always enjoyed showing off her dad, so I know that's a part of it, too.
377 career home runs. He's now tied for 40th along with a guy by the name of Norm Cash. Ground ball by Segui up the first base line, and the count is 0-1 on David. On deck, right fielder Butch Husky. 1 on, 1 away. You know, you knew it was coming. After Safeco Field was finally approved and everything went through, you knew that the final days of the Kingdome, the last day was on its way, but all of a sudden it seems like just popped up on us. I mean, the years whittled down to months, the months to days. Now the days have turned into just hours and minutes, and we're only 18 days away from Safeco Field. Have you had a chance to take a look at the new ballpark?
I haven't been on the inside, but I've seen the outside, and it looks fantastic.
Alvin, it's going to be beautiful. Driving down Royal Brome this morning on the way in, big group of fans were looking through the gates, and they were looking into the future. You know, he's great. A friend of mine and I had a tour the other day, and I've been in about 3-4 times over the last few years during the construction. It's amazing what the fans are going to enjoy in just 18 days, July the 15th. Fly ball into center field. Tom Goodwin cutting across the turf to make the catch. 2 outs. Junior back to first base. Visiting with Alvin Davis. AD, you talked about the group of guys who came up. In 1983, we played an exhibition game in Chattanooga, Tennessee, for AA ball club, and it seemed like there were about 9 guys on that team that played that came up in the next year or 2.
Yeah, that was a great team. We were loaded. Darnell Coles, Danny Tartable, Mark Langston was on that team. You know, we had some guys that were excellent talent on that team that didn't actually make it. But you could just tell there was so much talent in our farm system during that time that, you know, it was just going to be a matter of time before we could pull things together.
Here's Butch Husky, and he takes a look at ball 1. What are you going to remember most about this ballpark after we walk away this afternoon when the post-game ceremonies are finished?
Yeah, I guess just the feeling of home, you know, the familiarity that goes with the Kingdome, coming home off a road trip and walking out on the carpet and just knowing, you know, this is our home ballpark. This is where we get it done.
Swing and a miss, and the count is even on Butch. At 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, you wrote a lot of the history here. Finally had that first winning season down in Texas. And really, the new guys on the ball club had no idea why we were kind of hugging and felt good after that win against the Rangers at the old ballpark. After 15 years. Blowing inside, ball 2, 2-1. That was our own little celebration. You and Harold Reynolds and Dave Valley. Dave Niehaus and myself, we all knew what that meant to finally finish over 500 for the first time.
It was a milestone.
And in 1995, runner goes. Throw to second. Junior slides. He's safe. The throw gets into center field. A stolen base for Griffey, number 13, and he winds up at third base. Mariners running on Greg Zahn this afternoon, but Rodriguez has the day off, and the Mariners have been taking off on Mr. Zahn. Stolen base and an error in the throw.
Every opportunity that Mariners have had to steal, they've taken advantage of it, and so far they have been successful every time.
What a day for Junior. A home run, a great catch to save a run and a stolen base. Husky is swinging a bouncer foul past Junior. Down the third base line, and the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You know, we were talking about that night with Dave a few minutes ago, and, you know, I think the emotion of it kind of snuck up on all of us. It was kind of unexpected, and I didn't expect to have that deep a feeling about having a winning season, but I remember we all cried, and it was quite a milestone.
We were a mess. Swing and a miss by Butch for strike 3, and that will retire the side. And Alvin Davis, thanks a lot for stopping by. You're always one of our favorites. We wish you and Kim and the family all the best.
It's great to be with you.
This guy right here is really special, Mr. Mariner Alvin Davis. We go to the top of the 6th inning. Mariners lead 5-2.
Want to get away? Southwest has your ticket to freedom with Southwest Airlines fun fares that begin at $39.
You are now free to move about the country.
Alicia thinks she understands men better than I do.
And Dayanara says she knows what men want.
Guys, I say that what gives Miller Lite its great taste is the choice hops. Agreed?
Yeah! And I say you prefer the great taste because it's smooth. Guys?
Yeah! So it doesn't make any difference to you why Miller Lite tastes great?
Yeah!
Miller Lite. Taste the true Pilsner.
Look, are you with her or with me? Yeah!
Judith has always played it safe,
A little sad tonight.
My husband left me.
but now she's taking action,
I want to stop agreeing to things I don't really want.
Then stop.
taking a chance,
What do they do? Makes you want to just touch everybody.
and taking charge.
Is there any specific areas you'd like me to concentrate on?
Can I decide later?
Holly Hunter, Danny DeVito, Queen Latifah, Living Out Loud, directed by Richard LaGravenese.
Playing this month on Direct Ticket, only on DirecTV.
This is Fox Sports Net Northwest.
Mariners baseball on Fox Sports Net Northwest is brought to you by your Northwest Ford stores, home of the best-selling cars and trucks in America, and by Gateway. Gateway speaks to 50,000 people a day. Call, click, or come in and connect with us.
Well, we're underway here in the top of the 6th inning. Royce Clayton leads it off. A bouncer over to Mabry over at third base. Clayton is out. Was it a foul ball, though? Clayton is just standing at home plate, and now here comes Johnny Oates trying to figure out what's happening. We have a new pitcher, Frankie Rodriguez, out there.
They say the ball hit his foot. That's the reason that Clayton did not go down to first base.
Here comes Lou Piniella. Johnny Oates out to argue the call with a plate umpire.
Now they want to look at the baseball to see if any shoe polish is on the ball.
See if there's a little glimpse of red. There's Jim Joyce, the first base umpire. They're saying, hey, it was a foul ball off his foot. Clayton just stood there. Frankie Rodriguez is the new pitcher taking over here in the top of the 6th inning. Mariners lead at 5-2. Here's another replay, Red.
Well, let's see. Does this hit him in the foot? It looked like maybe it did. The hitter will tell you. If he doesn't feel that ball off his foot, he's going to try to run. But in this case, Clayton never left the batter's box. So I have to think that the ball did hit him in the foot.
Yeah, it looked like it got him right off the side of the foot. That's why it shot out quickly. It got him on the front part of his foot, on the inside of his foot. Jim Joyce didn't appear to see it. As a matter of fact, he was the one who called Clayton out at first base when Mabry.
That's why when the ball hits you in the foot, in a play that's that close, why don't you limp a little bit?
Fall down.
Yeah, why don't you limp and turn around and say, ow, boy, that hurt a little bit. That may help the umpire make a little bit more accurate decision.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here.
He's out.
Clayton is still at home plate with his bat and still talking with home plate umpire Brian Honora. He's out. One away. Royce Clayton a little arguing with Brian Honora. And now he's going to be ushered away from home plate by Mark McLemore, the on-deck hitter. But Johnny Oates
is there.
Whoa! Johnny's been tossed out of the ball game. Johnny Oates has been thrown out by the home plate umpire, Brian Honora. Johnny Oates was upset with a call by first baseman Jim Joyce. Now Royce Clayton throws his bat. Bucky Dent trying to settle down Clayton. And Clayton may have been tossed. So Bucky Dent is trying to get Clayton off the field. There's third base umpire Jim McKeon trying to do the same to settle down the situation. So So Oates has been tossed, and so has Royce Clayton. 1 out for the Rangers here in the top of the 6th inning. As a matter of fact, there's 3 outs. There's 1 out on the scoreboard, and 2 others are out.
And 2 others have been thrown out. Well, as we pointed out, it looked like the ball may have hit Clayton's foot. And Johnny Oates went out to, and Johnny Oates is going strictly by the reaction of Clayton up there at the plate. But the umpires didn't seem to see it that way, and Mabry just threw the ball to Segui, and there's an easy out.
Here's Tom Goodwin, 1 away. The dust has settled. They have cleared it out. And there's a fastball for a strike from Frankie, 0-1. Frankie Rodriguez taking over here in the top of the 6th inning. It was a battle, but Freddie Garcia was able to get through 5 innings. Breaking ball fouled away, and the count is 0-2 on Goodwin. The kid really showed me something this afternoon. He didn't obviously have his best stuff, didn't have that good breaking ball. But, man, the kid hung in there and got some huge outs.
109 pitches, and that's just about the limit for Freddie Garcia. He's just 22 years of age, but he went 5 innings, struggled for 5 innings. The Rangers left 9 men on base in the first 5 innings.
Low and inside for ball 1, 1-2 on Goodwin. That was the first time that Johnny Oates has been ejected from a ball game this year. So Johnny back in the clubhouse to watch the remainder of this Kingdome finale. Breaking ball by Rodriguez, low, ball 2, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Goodwin. Was walked and singled and flied to left field. He's 1 for 2 and has scored a run. Rangers led early in this one, 2-0. Swing and a miss at a fastball, strike 3, 2 outs. So Frankie Rodriguez trying to give Lou Piniella some innings here in the middle part of the ball game. He was outstanding a few outings ago in long relief, going 3 innings.
Frankie Rodriguez with a good fastball. That was the high cheese right there that we talk about. The high fastball, and that time Goodwin could not catch up to it. It's a tough pitch to lay off of, tough pitch to hit.
Breaking ball is low and inside on Mark McLemore. Ball 1, so 2 outs for Texas. McLemore is 0 for 2. Junior made a nice catch back in center field on the ball hit by McLemore, and then Junior made the incredible catch in straightaway center field, robbing Gonzalez of a home run to retire the side in the 4th inning. How many times have we seen that? Ground ball by McLemore right to David Bell at second base, and it's a 1-2-3 Texas top of the 6th inning after 5.5 innings of play on this Kingdome finale. Mariners 5 and the Rangers 2.
Shop at Safeway and swipe your club card to play $1 Million Baseball Magic. You could win a 10-day Caribbean cruise for 2 aboard Holland America Line. Swipe your club card at any participating Safeway today.
Yeah, they stink, but thanks to the Sony Digital 8 Handycam camcorder, they've never looked better. So hey, if you want to look better, visit your nearest Magnolia Hi-Fi and see the Sony Digital 8 Handycam camcorder for yourself. With Sony Digital 8 Clarity, what you live is what you get. 8mm has gone digital.
Independence Day, the fight for freedom, liberty, and the right to drive. For 2 weeks only, your Northwest Ford store is celebrating your right to drive with financing as low as 0.9% or cash back up to $1,500. Feel the freedom of a new Ford Taurus, Escort, or 4x4 Ranger. Know the liberty of a Ford Windstar or the adventure of a Ford Explorer with control track 4-wheel drive. But you gotta hurry. Independence pricing ends July 5th. Only at your Northwest Ford store.
This is a test. It is only a test. In the event of an actual emergency, Safeco's first concern is to make sure you're okay. We want to take good care of you. We'll respond to your claim immediately. And we will guarantee repairs to your car are done right. This concludes our test.
We now return you to the real world. Be careful out there.
With your U.S. West update, Pirates and Brewers in Milwaukee. Pittsburgh up by 5 in the 8th. Jeremy Burnett's takes a big bite out of that lead with a grand slam. Not enough, however. Bucks win 6-5.
Mariners 5 and the Rangers 2. Bottom of the 6th inning. John Mabry will lead things off. Big curve from Aaron Seeley is low. Ball 1. New shortstop John Shave replacing Royce Clayton thrown out of the ball game, along with Texas manager Johnny Oates in the top of the 6th inning. Strike on the inside corner, 1-1. Replay showed, that foul ball came off the foot of Clayton, but nor the plate umpire didn't see it, nor did Jim Joyce, the first base umpire. Outside, ball 2, 2-1.
Well, it's almost impossible for the home plate umpire to see it. So he has to get some help, I think, from the umpires on the bases.
Fly ball into left center field. Tom Goodwin getting back near the warning track to make the catch. One out for the Mariners here in the 6th inning. Aaron Seeley, 100 pitches, going 5 1/3 innings so far. The young man from Paulsbo, 63 strikes.
And so far this year, he has been right around 5 innings, 5+ innings per outing. So he might be starting to tire somewhat.
Here's David Bell. David with a single and a run scored his last time up in the 4th inning. Good pitch on the outside corner at the knees. 0-1. Today's paid attendance, 56,530 on the last game played for the Mariners here in the Kingdome. First sellout in the Kingdome this year, 56,530. A lot of the fans saying goodbye to this ballpark that kept the fans and the players warm and dry and sheltered from the inclement weather, especially in the early part of the season, year after year. One hopper to short. John Shave is there. Throw to first, wide, and it's going to be in time, though, as Stevens this time was able to keep his foot on the bag, and that is out number 2. So a nice play on the other side of the play by Lee Stevens at first.
Take a look at the play one more time. As you can see, just barely keeping his toe on the base this time was Stevens. See him stepping across like that and avoiding the collision with Bell.
There's the original cap, that old Trident, the first cap the Mariners worn in 1977, along with that jersey, as we think about that very first game, April the 6th, 1977. The uniforms and the names and the players that have worn those uniforms have changed down through the years. 22.5 years of baseball history. It all started with that cap and that jersey 23 seasons ago. Right here when the Mariners opened up play against the California Angels. Outside on Dan Wilson. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes.
And Rick, during that time, 32,668,785 fans have attended games here at the Kingdome.
Strike on the outside corner, 2-1, and nobody will ever forget the 1995 magical season. The comeback kids who were 13.5 games out of first place in early August came back to tie California, the one-game playoff, and the win. Shot foul past third base coach Steve Smith, and the count is even on Wilson at 2-2, and the Mariner ball drilled down the left field line makes a nice play. Heck, everybody making a nice play in this ball game, including the ball girls.
Yeah, the Mariners have great defense this afternoon. How about the play that Griffey made?
Oh, man.
Back in the 4th inning.
How about those 2 American League West championship banners, 95 and 97. Fly ball down the left field line, in toward the corner. Rusty Greer. Greer is there, and he makes the catch just over into foul territory. And that will retire the side. Well, we continue in the final day of baseball in the Kingdome. We head to the 7th inning. Mariners lead Texas 5-2.
You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the force. You believe it's this boy?
At last we will have revenge.
Tell him to take off! Here is the path to the dark side.
Wipe the map. All of them.
Rated
Joseph.
Yes, Papa.
Call on the thistles, the dandelions, and the other weed families. It's time we made peace.
Peace? With the thistles? Papa!
There is an enemy that threatens all weeds. It is the spray, and it is unlike any other.
Well, bribe it then.
The spray does not respond to bribes.
No bribes? What's the world coming to?
Roundup kills weeds others can't. Roundup, no root, no weed, no problem.
Bless me, Father. I killed a man.
Since last summer, Julie James has lived in terror.
I have these horrible dreams.
No one believes her stories.
He was in there.
And where is he now, Julie?
No one understands her fear.
Ben Willis is dead. They never found the body.
But her secret is about to haunt them all.
We're all gonna die. It's gonna kill us one by one.
I still know what you did last summer.
Playing this month on Direct Ticket, only on DirecTV. Seattle Mariners baseball on Fox Sports Net Northwest is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, offering fares so low you have the freedom to fly. Southwest Airlines, proud sponsors of the Seattle Mariners. By U.S. West, so you are always connected to what matters to you most. U.S. West, proud sponsor of the year 2000 Olympics. Life's better here. And by Eagle Hardware and Garden, more of everything.
Well, we go to the top of the 7th inning. Rusty Greer leads it off for Texas. Mariners lead by a score of 5-2. Hi again, everybody. A special day, final day here in the Kingdome ever for the history of the Mariners franchise. And we have one of the most exciting players to put on a Mariner uniform, Harold Reynolds. Harold, it's great to have you back here.
That's great to be here. How exciting is it? But didn't you know that Junior would just put on a show?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
This is his theater.
He put his cape on, came to play.
A home run, a great catch, and a stolen base. Rusty Greer with a 2-run home run in the first inning. He takes a strike, and the count is even on Rusty at 2-2. Buddy, your thoughts on the last day, the last game to be played here in this ballpark? What are your feelings?
It's mixed emotions because this is a great ballpark to watch games, and you know you're going to have an exciting game every night.
Back to Frankie, knocks it down, picks it up, and he gets Greer at first base. 1 out for Texas here in the 7th inning.
But anytime you're going to something new, that's something to look forward to.
See that bouncer right back. And Rodriguez, the former shortstop, pouncing on that ball in a hurry.
Remember when you first came up, as we take a look at Frankie Rodriguez, just a skinny kid from Corvallis, Oregon. You look like a bat boy when you first came up, but you are a second baseman, and I tell you what, you had one heck of a career here.
Well, funny story about being the bat boy. We're playing a game in Kansas City. Remember Barry Bonnell?
Sure.
And
Barry still lives here.
Yes. So Barry has relatives at the game, and I don't start the game. I come in as a pinch runner, which I did a lot in my early days. Played late in defense, pinch ran a lot. And his nephew asked him after the game, "Why did the bat boy play?" After that, I said, "I'm growing a mustache."
And you couldn't do that
I couldn't do that either.
Juan Gonzalez pops one sky high, calling for it. David Bell, he's there, and Kerplunky's got it. 2 outs for the Rangers here in the 7th inning.
So I was the only bat boy in Mariner history that got to play a game.
But down through the years, I mean, you've had some great moments here. What's your fondest memory as a Mariner, Harold?
There's so many. I guess the number one thing that comes to mind is the different players that I got a chance to play against, particularly when I broke in. And Dick Williams had given me a mandate, don't talk to anybody at second base. So he had me scared to death. When players would come to second, he told me, you're talking too much, they run at players at second.
Palmero fouls one away, and the count goes to 0-2.
So I'm just a young player. Reggie Jackson hits a double. He comes to second base, and Reggie turns and he starts looking at me and he says, "Hey, kid, how you doing?" I don't say a word. I walk away. And he says, "Hey, I'm talking to you." It's Reggie Jackson. What am I going to do?
Oh, my skipper won't let me talk. I've got a gag order. Foul back.
So finally, I walk over and I say, "Hey, Reggie," and he's been, a family favorite for years, right? I walk over and I go, "Hey, Reg, how you doing?" I come back to the dugout at the end of the inning, and Marty Martinez, our infield instructor, comes down and says, "Dick said to tell you he saw that. Don't do it again." Oh, my gosh.
Don't talk to anybody. 0-2 the count on Rafael Palmeiro visiting with Harold Reynolds. Ground ball right at David Segui. Gobbles it up. Little flip to Efrod, and that will retire the side. We're going to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Mariners lead Texas 5-2. The 7th inning stretch brought to you all season long by today's manufactured homes. Built for living, built for life.
Hon, have you seen my yellow sweater?
The one with the hole?
Yeah.
About 20 years old.
Yeah, that one.
I don't see why you need it. It's so cozy in here.
Discover comfort and save energy in a manufactured home. Insist on the electric Supergood Sense or Gas Natural Choice label. Call 1-800-35-OWNER or visit our website.
I'm sure you haven't seen that sweater anywhere.
Today's manufactured home. Built for living, built for life.
Sears Giant Wall-to-Wall Tire Sale. Get incredible deals for whatever you drive. All brands, all sizes, all tires on sale. And with thousands in stock, we've got the right tire for you right now. Sears, your smart stop for tires and batteries.
Hello and welcome to Movie Phone. If you know the name of the movie you'd like to see, press 1. Your selection, Big Daddy, starring Adam Sandler, is playing at 7 o'clock and 9.
That boy works too hard. He'll end up with an ulcer.
Chevrolet cars are trusted by more Americans than any other. Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest lasting on the road. If that's not enough reason to own a Chevrolet car or truck, then this definitely is. The Great Summer Drive-In from Chevrolet. You can drive away in a select Chevrolet and get cash back up to $2,000. Or choose APR financing as low as 0% for 36 months. Or check out the offers on other great Chevrolet cars and trucks. It's Chevrolet's Great Summer Drive-In. See your local Chevrolet dealer today.
Sears Giant Wall-to-Wall Tire Sale. Get incredible deals for whatever you drive. All brands, all sizes, all tires on sale. And with thousands in stock, we've got the right tire for you right now. Sears, your smart stop for tires and batteries.
Brian Hunter leading off the bottom of the 7th inning, going after the first pitch, drives one into the gap in right center beyond the reach of a diving Goodwin. Look at Hunter fly around to third. He's going to be stopped there with a leadoff triple. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning, Goodwin with a dive came up shy. Gonzalez had to track it down to the wall in right center field.
Rick, it looked like to me that ball was slicing away from Goodwin, and with that hip flexor that he's had, not able to run that well, that ball was just carrying farther and farther away from him. And the longer he ran for that ball, and if that ball hits the carpet, you know where that guy right there, Brian Hunter's going to end up. He's not going to be at second.
Boy, he's something to watch in person. He can fly.
He's something, Harold. Here's Alex Rodriguez. Mariners lead 5-2. Swinging a foul off A-Rod's foot or his shin. Falls down inside the batter's box. Slowly gets up, and the count is 0-1 on A-Rod. The infield for the Rangers comes in close. Rick Rizz along with Ron Fairley visiting with former Mariner Harold Reynolds here on the final day of the Kingdome. A-Rod is 1 for 2 with a single, and he has scored twice. Breaking ball low and outside. Ball 1 ball and 1 strike. Fly ball gets you a run. Hard ground ball has a chance to get on through. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball, 1-2. Griffey is on deck. Carol, it's interesting the way this game has unfolded.
Well, it really has. It's almost like it's been designed that the Mariners are going to win this ball game. Getting a lot of different breaks, and it's been all the way back to the first call, Lee Stevens at first base, and last inning, Royce Clayton.
Baseball gods with the Mariners here on the final day in the Dome. Fouled away on the third base side by A-Rod, and the count is still 1-2. Harold Reynolds, the American League stolen base leader one season. You had that nice little battle with Willie Wilson right down to the wire.
Came down to the last day, and fortunately, Willie went 0 for 5, and I got a hit and got a chance to steal a base. Fun time.
The 1-2 to A-Rod. Fouled straight back. Still a ball and 2 strikes.
You know, I'm thinking about the dome, and you were talking about, infield drawn in, hard hit ball go through, and you may not be saying that with the other stadium, with the grass infield. Now you're going to have to
different ball game.
Be a different style. It'd be interesting to see how that might affect the numbers of some of the hitters, because you get so many choppers that go through on the turf.
Something we'll never see in the new ballpark that we saw a few nights ago in this homestand was a ground ball through the infield for a triple.
Wow. I don't think it's going to affect this guy much, though. He can just flat out hit. Something else.
Alex Rodriguez, 12 home runs on the year. And that guy either won't affect Junior. He'll still hit his 50 plus. Ground ball, cut off by Zeal at third. Checks the runner, Hunter, and gets A-Rod over at first base. So 1 out. That'll bring up Ken Griffey Jr. Back in 1989, his first swing here in the Kingdome. Eric King is on the mound for the Chicago White Sox. April the 10th, 1989. And look at this. He goes the other way. A home run to left field. That was number 1 in his major league career. Now in the first inning. There goes number 377 in Junior's career to give the Mariners a 3-2 lead in the first. He is something, Red.
Well, indeed he is. And you'll notice both those pitches were almost the same spot. When he was younger, he'd hit that ball to left field. But now that he's a little bit stronger, he took that bat up and he just hooked the ball into seats and right.
Listen to the boos. The Rangers are intentionally walking Ken Griffey Jr. The flashbulbs are going around the Kingdome. They want to see Junior swing the bat. Well, the Rangers don't.
Well, this could be his last at bat in the dome right here, isn't it?
It could be.
Possibility. Yeah. And Junior with an intentional walk. He's already done damage with the bat and his glove against Texas. That guy right there with the T-shirt on caught Junior's home run ball. There it is in his right hand. The 377th in Junior's career. That places him 40th on the all-time list along with Norm Cash.
He's telling the guy next to him, that's why they're walking him. He would have hit me another ball. That's why they're doing it. I'm telling you.
Runners at first and third with 1 out. Junior at first. Hunter's on at third base. And here is Mr. Double Edgar Martinez. 1 for 3 with an RBI double in the third inning. There goes Junior. Pitch for a strike. No throw down to second as they let Junior get into second base.
See, to me, Ron, you agree with that right there? You walk to put the guy at first base and you don't throw or anything?
Well, who would you? I don't think I want to pitch to both of them. How do you pitch to one or the other?
I still got to make a throw or something right there.
Well, you can't. I wouldn't give him second base, but I would certainly walk him.
Edgar, a swing and a foul back.
Yeah, I would walk him too. I'd have walked him in that situation, but I walk him to keep him at first base. I don't just give him.
Well, yeah, I mean, why you don't walk him to say go down to second.
Exactly.
Go down to second, get in scoring position.
And they have given Junior a stolen base. That's his second of the ball game. He now has 14 for the year. You have Hunter on at third. Mariners have a great opportunity right here to pad a 3-run lead. Oh, my goodness. We're going to have a little delay. Ken Griffey Jr. on at second base. Hunter's on at third. Flash bulbs going on all over the place.
Junior getting a good chuckle out of this. Come on, it's the Northwest, of course.
We've just had a streaker on the field. A guy is out there with his birthday suit on and nothing else but a smile, and he's just been escorted off the field. That's why Junior is laughing. That's why Mark McLemore has a smile on his face. Look at Junior's reaction. Okay, we have a streaker on the field, and folks, I mean, this is a family program, so we're going to give you a shot from that section of his body up.
Oh my goodness!
So we have a streaker delay here in the Kingdome on the final day of this ballpark, with runners on at second and third, as the young man. Okay, I gotta laugh now. Oh, my goodness. Okay, he's been escorted off the field in all his glory. What little glory he had on.
Well, we've about seen it all today. We were talking about that earlier. That caps it right there, Ron.
Yeah, that's the topper. Okay. Edgar takes a pitch for ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Folks, when you think you've seen everything in the game of baseball, something like that happens.
You know, you just knew that when you came to the ballpark today, the last game at the Kingdome, something maybe unusual would happen.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
I don't think I've ever seen a streaker before.
Strike 3 called on the outside corner, and Edgar Martinez has just been thrown out of the ball game by Brian Honora. Man, you seldom see this reaction from Edgar Martinez.
That was a tough at-bat for Edgar. All of a sudden you go down 0-2, you got a streaker that delays your concentration, you lay off a breaking pitch, and then the guy throws the ball outside on you. That's why he snapped.
Well, he was called out on a strike his first time up, and you're really in a very important part of the ball game because Texas only down by 3 runs, and Edgar desperately wants to get those runners in. You be the umpire. Is this a strike? Edgar said that was outside. And the home plate umpire said no, he thought it caught the corner.
I believe it's only the second time in Edgar's career that he's been thrown out of a ball game. I remember one time at Fenway Park in Boston a few years back.
You know, and I'll tell you the reason that Edgar was kicked out of the game. It's because Johnny Oates and Clayton getting in the argument with the home plate umpire, and his nerves are a little bit raw right now, and so anybody says anything, they're gone.
That fuse getting a little shorter and shorter. Butch Husky is on deck. Brian Hunter's on at third. Junior's on at second. David Segui getting an intentional walk right here to load up the bases for Butch Husky.
Well, the other thing you got to remember, too, is Johnny Oates isn't thinking sentiment of the last Kingdome. He's trying to win a ball game.
Yeah.
Sure he is. Yeah. I mean, right now, it's a difference whether he has a 6-game lead or a 4-game lead against the Mariners. So it's a 2-game swing as far as Johnny Oates is concerned.
And now the Mariners have the bases loaded for Butch Husky, who is 0 for 3 on the day. Mariners still looking to pad the 5-2 lead. Bouncer along the third base side. Zeal is there. The throw to first base, and it's in time to get Husky as Seeley works out of a bases loaded jam. Harold Reynolds, thanks a lot for stopping by, buddy.
Guys. I'll see you after the game.
Sounds good. Great post-game show coming your way. We go to the top of the 8th. Mariners lead Texas 5-2.
The Passport from Honda. Not only is it easy to look at, but with shift-on-the-fly 4-wheel drive, it'll be easy-going in tough weather. The 205-horsepower V6 engine will easily handle mountain roads. And the air conditioning, power windows, and door locks, and 6-speaker AM/FM stereo cassette will make it easy to get used to. But the best part is how easy it'll be on your wallet. Lease a Passport 4-wheel drive LX for $299 a month for 36 months. Now, wasn't that easy?
Do you suffer from anxiety?
Don't look at me.
Insomnia? Temporary insanity? Well, now there's something that will make matters even worse. Introducing Quokka.com. Digital sports entertainment that lets you experience what the athletes experience by combining live audio and video, athlete emails, and real-time statistics. Experience more anxiety.
Quit looking at me!
More insomnia. And even more insanity. Experience Quokka.com today. Your digital dose of sports.
It's not just the start of a ball game. It's the start of an era where history will be written with wood and leather and horsehide on sunny summer days and starry northwest nights. It's a story we'll share for generations, a story filled with fun and heroics in a place called Safeco Field.
Sunday Night Fights, tonight at 7 on Fox Sports Net.
Mariners 5 and the Rangers 2, top of the 8th inning. Todd Zeal will lead it off as he looks at a Frankie Rodriguez pitch low, ball 1. Zeal is 2 for 3 in the ball game, a single and a double. He's also made a great play to rob Edgar Martinez. Slider on the outside corner for a strike. 1-1. What a ball game this afternoon, and the final game to be played here in the Kingdome. Yes, indeed. Thanks for the memories. Fly ball into shallow right center. That's going to drop in, a base hit. We have a new right fielder, Charles Gibson, takes over in right field for Butch Husky here in the top of the 8th. So Gibson in right. The Mariners started play in 1977, setting sail in the first time through the American League, although it was their second overall in the American League. They had the pilots in 1969, as you take a look at Lee Stevens. And now the Mariners pilot the Kingdome, the Gray Lady in the dock, for the final time today. Here's a strike at the knees on Stevens. 0-1. So we say goodbye to this ballpark and open up brand new Safeco Field in just 18 days. And forgive us if we get a little sappy and a little emotional later on in the ball game. Foul, not a play on the third base side, and the count is 0-2. I kind of related, Red, to that house that you grew up in as a kid for a long time, that you had the memories there, that was comfortable, that was very familiar, and then you move away, and it's exciting to move into the new house, but you feel sad about leaving the old one.
Well, yeah, you carry so many fond memories of the old house, or in this case, the Dome, of all the exciting games that have been played here. Maybe over the years, your team didn't win as many games as you would like, but nevertheless, you keep coming back to a place that is comfortable.
Stevens takes ball 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And of course, you go into something that is the unknown to a certain extent. And of course, that's Safeco Field, and we don't know what's going to take place over in Safeco Field, but I know one thing. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Sure is.
The new ballpark is going to be something else.
Fans, you're going to love it. Every nook and cranny of Safeco Field, you are going to love it. Low and inside, ball 2 balls and 2 strikes. And obviously, this is not Fenway Park or Tiger Stadium or Wrigley Field. We didn't have the tradition of the older ballparks here. We started it in 1977 with the Mariners, 69 the one year with the Pilots. Maybe not the greatest facility for baseball in the world, but it's our house, and that's what makes it special. On a hop back to Frankie. Over to second for 1. The relay to first is in time for 2. The double play, 1-6-3. They get Zeal at second and double up Stevens over at first base, and Frankie Rodriguez going to Alex Rodriguez.
And you can see Rodriguez demonstrating some athletic ability and some agility on the mound, being able to flip that ball back to Alex, giving him a pretty good feed. And Alex then run the relay on to David Segui. So far, Rodriguez has faced the minimum. Retired 6 straight, then the base hit, and now the double play ball.
High and outside, the first pitch to Greg Zahn, so Frankie Rodriguez is doing exactly what Lou Piniella needs him to do. Give him some innings and get through the 8th. Low and inside, ball 2 balls and no strikes, and that's what he did 2 outings ago. Two and 1 on Zahn. Greg Zahn is 0 for 3 on the day. A few days ago, here at home against Anaheim, Mariners won 8-3. John Halama went 6 innings. Frankie Rodriguez went the last 3 innings to pick up his first save. It's a Mariner. Strike 2-2 on Zahn. From Bliss to Ecstasy, thanks for the memories. A lot of the banners and the fans saying goodbye to the Kingdome. In the dirt, breaking ball, ball 3, full count 3-2. This really has been our home. I mean, when you come to think of it, we're here at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we spend so much of our lives here. Fans get a chance to come in 2 hours before game time, watch batting practice. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. Zahn is caught looking. What a performance by Frankie Rodriguez. What a way to cap off the finale here in the Kingdome. We're going to the bottom of the 8th inning. Mariners 5 and the Rangers 2.
With most frequent flyer award tickets, you can't always go when you want. With Southwest Airlines Rapid Rewards, you can.
You are now free to move about the country.
I know! Oh my gosh! I was like, whatever. Anyways, so I went up to Sean and I was like, no, chill out. I wasn't flirting with anybody, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, okay, I believe you, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, I was really freaked out that he was like going to dump me or something. Yeah, I know.
You are now free to move about the country.
Oh, a can of putty, a knife to spread it with, custom cut glass, and some very pretty flowers. All so you can keep the peace with your neighbors.
Not again.
Eagle Hardware and Garden. More of everything.
Build a fence that lasts with Merchant Metals galvanized fence materials. Security, strength, and economy. Merchant Metals at Eagle.
Check this out. Stuff goes there. Friends pile in here. You grab this. 132 horses go here. To take you and 4 of your friends here, there, anywhere. They'll think you're cool, but we'll know you're smart.
Now, select buyers get low financing and a $1,500 cash allowance on 99 Niehaus.
You guys on a road trip?
Yeah.
Where you headed?
Here.
Get any 3 of these 5 items for $159 now at AM PM.
Tom Glasgow with your U.S. West update. Phillies and Cubs hooking up at Wrigley Field, and Sammy Sosa hooking up with that pitch. Where will it land? Over the wall, over the fans, and on to Waveland Avenue, his 28th. He's tied with Canseco for the big lead league, and Chicago beats Philly by 6.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Mariners lead Texas 5-2. The final game of the 3-game series and the final game ever here in the Kingdome. 22 and a half years of history winding down. We have a right-hander on the mound for Texas. Danny Patterson takes over. His numbers on the season to face John Mabry, David Bell, and also Dan Wilson.
It has been a while since Mabry has hit a home run. His last home run was back on May the 5th against Cleveland. Dave Burba was the pitcher, a first-inning home run in Cleveland.
Yeah, that was Jeff Facero's first win on the year. Down the line. It is a fair ball right on the line, and it bounces over the wall in the corner. A ground rule double for John Mabry, leading off the bottom of the 8th inning. Mariners still looking for a little breathing room before they go to the top of the 9th inning.
Take a look at on the replay, the double down the line. Look how close this comes to being a foul ball. That may have hit on the line or inch or so off the line, but a leadoff double. Keep in mind that in the last inning, the Mariners had a leadoff triple and could not get him across the plate. Down the bullpen, Jose Mesa.
Jose Mesa will work the top of the 9th inning. To close it out, here is David Bell. Bell with a single and a run scored. Oh, 0-1. This kid has had a great first half. David Bell, as you take a look at Danny Patterson taking over for Aaron Seeley. Seeley going 7 innings this afternoon. His numbers, gave up 8 hits, 5 runs, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, threw a lot of pitches, 129 pitches in 7 innings. In the dirt. Good stop by Zahn, 1-1 on Bell. A lot of feelings are going through, I'm sure, a lot of folks here in the Kingdome as we wind down this ball game. Mabry will lead at second base. A lot of the excitement down through the years, especially in that 95 season. Line drive, right field. That's in there, a base hit. Over to third. Now holding after the turn goes Mabry as Bell rips one the other way. Runners at first and third and nobody out. David Bell's second base hit. That'll bring up catcher Dan Wilson.
Well, it was Bell that had the game-winning RBI in the game yesterday, and he picks up 2 more hits this afternoon. That one, a big base hit, getting Mabry from second over to third.
52 RBIs this season for David Bell. Here's Dan Wilson. Dan is 1 for 3. Has the average up to 296. Single to right field in the second. This place is going to go crazy if the Mariners can hang on to this win here in the final game. The sellout crowd, 56,530. As we say goodbye baseball to the Kingdome. Ground ball to short. Here comes the runner home. Mabry caught in the pickle. Zahn racing Mabry back to third. Little flip to Zeal. Zeal puts the tag on John. One away, and down to second goes Bell. And Wilson is safe at first base on a fielder's choice.
With nobody out, you stay at third. With one out, you may want to go, but when the infield is drawn in, nobody out, you stay at third base. So a base running mistake that time by Mabry.
So runners at first and second with one away for Brian Hunter, who is 3 for 4 this afternoon, and it really started with his infield base hit in the first inning. It appeared that Lee Stevens taking a throw had his foot on the bag, but the umpire ruled that Stevens' foot came off the bag and Hunter was safe. Alex Rodriguez walked in the first. Mariners were trailing 2-0.
And no wonder Johnny Oates argued at that time, because it looked like the foot was still on the bag, because Johnny Oates knows how explosive the Mariners' offense can be and is coming back to haunt them.
Johnny had an argument. And then Junior hit the 3-run home run to right field. Huge play. Inside on Brian. Ball one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Congratulations to Dory Armstrong. Young lady who had a chance to grow up here. The daughter of club president Chuck Armstrong was married yesterday to an outstanding young man, Paul Ryan Schneider. We were fortunate to attend the wedding yesterday. I'm so happy for Dory Armstrong. She's just a sweetheart. And congratulations to Dory and her new husband. Strike on the inside corner. I know there's one proud papa here at the ballpark, Chuck Armstrong, and his wife Susan. And there was some kind of wedding yesterday.
Well, it was a wonderful afternoon. The Mariners won the wedding ceremonies and the reception afterwards. It was really a very wonderful afternoon yesterday.
The real winner was young Mr. Schneider, because he picked a beauty, Dory Armstrong. Swing and a miss by Brian Hunter for strike 3, and that is out number 2 for the Mariners here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Hey, this could be the final inning for the Mariners offensively in the Kingdome.
And let's hope that the last 2 innings don't come back to haunt the Mariners, because they had runners at second and third with nobody out and couldn't score a leadoff double. And so far they have not scored here in this inning. Let's hope it doesn't come back to haunt them.
Remember, when you're at home, you want to play 8.5 innings.
8.5
at home. Here's shortstop Alex Rodriguez. A-Rod 1 for 3 with 2 on. He takes a pitch inside for ball 1.
Alex has got to be able to get on and let Junior have one more at bat. He's got to have one more. Even if Alex makes it out, let him hit one more time.
Good chance of this guy getting on, hitting .313. Pops one up, back behind home plate. This is going to be into the box seats in front of us and out of play. So the count is even on A-Rod at 1 ball and 1 strike. Junior waiting on deck, hoping for one more Kingdome swing, one more Kingdome at bat. This guy has the flair for the dramatic when he's on stage, when everything is just set for a big play or a big swing. Junior usually comes through.
Well, he came through offensively, and I think that play that he made back in the 4th inning, right now, to me, that's the difference of the game.
Took the home run away from Juan Gonzalez. Swing and a miss. Hit a ball in the dirt, and the count is now 1-2 on Alex. A-Rod trying to get on board any way he can. Junior's on deck with 2 outs, 2 on. Mariners lead 5-2. This guy is going to write a great piece of history across the street at Safeco Field. Has done so already here in the Kingdome. Ball 2, Loeb. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Alex.
Well, they talk about a 1-2 punch. Well, the Mariners have a 1-2-3 punch, because you've got Alex and you've got Griffey and you've got Edgar Martinez. And certainly he rounds out the offensive threat that the Mariners can put up there on the board.
You know who I'm thinking about right now is Jay Buhner. Jay's been on the DL since the middle of May. Here's a guy that has been a big part of the success of this franchise, and Jay not able to play in this ball game, but that's one guy who should be out there but isn't because of the injury.
Yeah. I know he'd like to be playing today.
Here's the 2-2 on the way. Swinging a ground ball, foul up the left field side, and the count stays the same.
How about that? 22.5 seasons, 32,668,785 fans attend games here at the Kingdome. And now they're going to move over to Safeco Field, and that is going to be an absolutely gorgeous ballpark to go watch baseball.
The best in the world. Here's the stretch by Patterson. Ground ball, foul off his foot to the third baseman Zeal. We had a play like that involving Royce Clayton that wasn't called. But
see,
Alex sold it.
Well, yeah.
Because he actually was.
Yeah, because that got him pretty good. That's why. The ball, I think, hit Royce Clayton, and Clayton did not really react to it that much. And I think that confused the umpires. But you can see this one off the ankle. Wow. And you can see the pain setting in, and then you can see Alex limping there at home plate. So
didn't have to sell it. That was real.
No, yeah.
Still 2-2. Ground ball. Shortstop bobble save. No throw. Everybody's safe.
And Junior gets to hit. And Junior gets to hit.
And he's got the bases loaded. And air on the new shortstop, John Shave, that allows A-Rod to reach. Down to second goes Wilson over the third bell, and here he is, the man of the hour. Can it get any more dramatic, fans? Ken Griffey Jr. waiting because we're going to have a timeout called for by the Texas Rangers because we're going to have a new pitcher. This kid comes through time and time again when there's baseball theater. And here's that play one more time. A ground ball by Alex out to Shave at short.
And you just wonder that if the runner at second base didn't get in the way somewhat of Shave, blocking his view of that ground ball.
So we have a pitching change. And this call to the bullpen is brought to you by U.S. West. Life's better here. We'll be back with more right after this timeout.
Do you suffer from anxiety?
Don't look at me.
Insomnia? Temporary insanity? Well, now there's something that will make matters even worse. Introducing Quokka.com. Digital sports entertainment that lets you experience what the athletes experience by combining live audio and video, athlete emails, and real-time statistics. Experience more anxiety.
Quit looking at me!
More insomnia. And even more insanity. Experience Quokka.com today. Your digital dose of sports.
When you buy a bargain basement PC, what you're really buying is a mystery box. Will there be a monitor? Probably not. Lots of software? Ha! A year on the internet, 24/7 tech support? Dream on. With a Gateway Essential PC, you know exactly what you're getting. Monitor, great software, award-winning tech support, and internet access for $28 a month, or less than $1 a day. No mystery there. Call 1-800-GATEWAY for a Gateway Essential PC with an Intel Celeron processor.
Everybody races around town. But nobody said you had to do it like everyone else. Take a different route. Drive the Mazda 626. Take control and get into a sporty Mazda 626 with the power of a V6 engine.
5-2, Mariners lead. Bottom of the 8th inning. And because of an error by the shortstop Shave, here comes Junior up to the plate. The bases are loaded with 2 outs. A-Rod reaching safely. Let's save the best for last. Well, Junior, can he pump one out of the ballpark with the bases loaded? He has 2 grand slams this year. He has 12 for his career. And he hit a 3-run shot back in the first inning. Mike Venepro, the new pitcher for the Texas Rangers. Strike at the outside corner, and there go the flash bulbs again all over the place every time Junior comes up to the plate. This will be his final plate appearance ever in the Kingdome.
And Venafro has the lowest average allowed by left-handed relief pitchers in the league.
He retired junior yesterday. 1-3. Fouled away by Griffey. Had a rip, and the count is 0-2.
Yeah, there's still life in the batteries. There's still a little bit of film left because I think the fans are going to be taking photographs. This may be, as you mentioned, the last at bat at the Kingdome by a Mariner.
Ken Griffey Jr. steps back in to face Mike Venafro with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th inning. Mariners lead it 5-2. Junior's dad, Ken Griffey Sr., is here at the ballpark today. The Cincinnati Reds allowed him to come up to Seattle for this very special occasion. Sr., a coach with the Reds. The 0-2 pitch. Way outside as there go the flash bulbs one more time. 1-2 the count, and one of the most incredible sights ever in the history of the game of baseball took place late August of 1990 when father and son played in the same game in the big leagues on the same ball club.
Zeroing in on this left-handed pitcher is Griffey.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. Venafro strikes out Junior, his final at bat in the Kingdome, and we go to the top of the 9th inning. The Mariners' final at bat offensively. Now they go to work defensively. Top of the 9th. Mariners lead Texas 5-2.
Sears Giant Wall-to-Wall Tire Sale. Get incredible deals for whatever you drive. All brands, all sizes, all tires on sale. And with thousands in stock, we've got the right tire for you right now. Sears, your smart stop for tires and batteries.
Mountain Dew, a smooth, one-of-a-kind blend of citrus flavor. Mountain Dew, so quenching, it's dew-rific.
Drink Mountain Dew and you'll discover what's inside quenches like no other. A blend of citrus just for you, so smooth it goes down easy too.
That's a classic.
Hey, Mom, get to your QFC store or Brooks Chevrolet in Bellevue and enter to win a Chevy Venture minivan.
Oh, it's pitching legend Raleigh Fingers.
Yeah, and he's taking Jose Mesa under his wing.
Here's the deal. If you're going to pitch against the Athletics, you're going to need a mustache to hide stuff in. Check this out. Look at this.
Junior and the M's crank it up for a divisional battle by the Bay. Series starts Tuesday at 6:30 on Fox Sports Net.
Florida really distracting.
Whoa.
Man, he's good.
When you buy a bargain basement PC, what you're really buying is a mystery box. Will there be a monitor? Probably not. Lots of software? Ha! A year on the internet, 24/7 tech support? Dream on. With a Gateway Essential PC, you know exactly what you're getting. Monitor, great software, award-winning tech support, and internet access for $28 a month, or less than $1 a day. No mystery there. Call 1-800-GATEWAY for a Gateway Essential PC with an Intel Celeron processor.
All right, folks, here we go to the top of the 9th inning, the last inning. The Mariners will play here in the Kingdome on this last game of this ballpark, and right-hander Jose Mesa out on the mound to work the top of the 9th inning to protect a 3-run lead. Mariners on top of Texas 5-2.
And you can look at the numbers on Jose Mesa, the innings, the hits, walks, strikeouts. He is in a saved situation, as you saw on the screen. 15 saves this year, but an ERA at 7.76. And we're going to have a pinch hitter for Shave. Luis Alicea, switch hitter, will be the first batter that Mesa faces here in the 9th inning.
Fasten your seatbelt, folks. You know, sometimes a ride can be a little bumpy, but eventually this guy can get the job done. Luis Alicea batting 157. No home runs, 6 runs batted in. Jose Mesa. And a save opportunity. He's pitched well. And what a way to close things out here in the Kingdome. Outstanding ball game. And what a performance by Frankie Rodriguez going 3 innings. Give up only 1 hit of shutout ball. Low, ball 1. Key right here, get the first guy. And don't walk anybody. That has killed the Mariners the last few games, and really a big part of the first half of the season. Low, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Looking inside the Mariners dugout on that third base side. Some of the kids who've had success. Freddie Garcia, the starter today, going 5, a struggle, but he hung in there and left with the 5-2 lead. Low ball 3. 3-0 on Alicea. You don't want to put this guy on. Go right after him. Lou Piniella off the bench, just shaking his head.
Just shaking his head. May not look like much going on inside of Lou Piniella, but right now there's a volcano that's starting to build up.
Alicea is going to be taken all the way. 3-0. And he misses high for ball 4. Last thing in the world that man wanted. And he walks Alicea on 4 straight pitches. Well, fasten the seatbelt a little bit tighter. Frankie Rodriguez, tremendous outing. 3 innings, no runs, 1 hit, no walks, 2 strikeouts.
And he faced the minimum. He faced only 9 batters. The base hit was erased when he turned to double play in the 8th inning. And now you have the top of the lineup coming up.
Tom Goodwin, followed by McLemore and Greer. You don't want to see Gonzalez way outside with a breaking ball. Ball 1. Mesa, when he's on, fastball, forkball. And here comes Lou Piniella out of the dugout. He started off Goodwin with a breaking ball and missed up and away.
Lou is going to have a very short conversation, I think, with Jose Mesa.
Lou Piniella not very happy. He's got the bullpen going behind Mesa. And right-hander Jose Paniagua getting loose down to the pen. You got a 3-run lead. Go after the hitters.
You have a 3-run lead. You have to throw strikes and go after the hitters.
Ivan Rodriguez on the bench. Did not get the start today.
And he's just looking out the corner of his eye, because he's certainly capable of hitting for any one of the batters here, pinch hitting.
And Mesa has yet to throw a strike here in the top of the 9th inning. Walked Alicea in 4 straight, and now he's 2-0 on Tom Goodwin, who's 1 for 3 on the day.
The tying run is on the on-deck circle.
There's a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. You can erase all his frustration of the first 6 pitches here by getting Goodwin to hit into a double play. But a tough man to double up. Goodwin, good speed, 27 stolen bases for the year. Ground ball foul up the first baseline, and the count is even on Goodwin at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mariners turned 2 double plays. Frankie Rodriguez started a 1-6-3 double play in the 8th. And when Freddie Garcia was working the top of the 5th inning, Greg Zaun hit into a 4-6-3 double play. Make him swing the bat. 1 on, nobody out, top of the 9th inning. On a hop to A-Rod, second for 1, relay to first. There's the double play. Forget about the first 6 pitches. Forget about it. There's 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning. Jose Mesa with new life, a 1-hopper right to A-Rod.
The best friend to the pitcher is the double play ball. We've been saying that for years. And here it shows up right here. The 6-4-3 double play. And quickly 2 men out.
Take the eraser. And wipe away that frustration. Here's Mark McLemore. Rangers down to their final out. 56,000 plus here in the Kingdome. The last game the Mariners will play here in the Dome. Mark McLemore is 0 for 3. Strike 1 called. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And the fans starting to come to their feet.
Red, they're going to erupt. 56,530 on the final day in the Dome. The 1-1 to McLemore, way outside for ball 2, 2-1. What a ball game, and what a way to finish out this ballpark after 22 and a half years of history in the Dome. Low, ball 3, 3 balls and a strike. Mark McLemore against Jose Mesa. Jose trying to close it out to pick up the save. And Garcia the win. Low ball 4. So the second walk given up by Mesa here in the top of the 9th inning. That'll bring up the left fielder Rusty Greer. 23 seasons ago, Diego Segui threw the very first pitch. Going to open up the Mariners chapter of history.
See Lou Piniella hollering at David Segui saying, play behind the runner. His run does not mean anything.
Here's Rusty Greer with 1 on and 2 outs. There goes the runner. Doesn't matter, up high, ball 1. You're not concerned about McLemore. No stolen base. Indifference, they will rule it. You're just concerned about this guy, Greer, who is 2 for 3 with a 2-run home run back in the first inning. Mesa is hoping to throw the final official pitch in Kingdome history. Diego Segui the first. Up high, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. A packed house ready to say goodbye to the Kingdome, but they're going to stick around for the postgame ceremonies that will follow. Former Mariners coming back to say goodbye. There's a strike on Greer at the knees, and the count is 2-1. Hall of Famer Gaylord Perry here, Alvin Davis, Harold Reynolds, former pitching coach Wes Stock, and our former partner on TV is here. Dave Haberlow and his son Jeff, a Mariner draft pick this year. Swing and a foul back by Greer, and the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And now slowly getting to their feet, 56,530, a sellout crowd. And time is called as Dan Wilson goes out to the mound to have a talk with Jose Mesa.
Now's the time that Mesa needs to have good concentration.
Dome, sweet dome for the last 22 and a half years. Will be outside in the real grass in only 18 days. Will this be the final pitch thrown here in the Kingdome? The 2-2 on the way to Rusty Greer. Swing and a fly ball into left center field. On the run, Brian Hunter, it will be. He's got it. The ball game is over. The Mariners win it 5-2 over the Texas Rangers as a sellout crowd goes wild, saying goodbye to the Kingdome. 22 and a half years, and what a game for Ken Griffey Jr. A 3-run home run by Jr. A great catch in deep center to take away a home run from Juan Gonzalez. Freddie Garcia the win, satisfied, and a relieved Lou Piniella. The Mariners send everybody home happy on the final game ever here in the Kingdome. Red, what a finish.
And the lights and the flash bulbs continue to burst here at the Kingdome as they're going to get their last memories on film of the Mariners' victory. And indeed, it was a very sweet victory, and with that, the Mariners are now only 4 games behind Texas in the West. The Mariners are very much in this race.
When the stage is set, Ken Griffey Jr. has always been there. He comes through time and time again. He did so this afternoon. The guys going back into the clubhouse for the final time ever. And then they move into the new facility, one of the greatest ballparks in America. Brand new Safeco Field will open up in only 18 days. But we're going to savor this moment for a while. We hope and that you still stay right here for the post-game show that will follow. We're going to talk about and relive some of the great moments down through the years. 22 and a half seasons of baseball history here in the Kingdome, and you couldn't have asked for a more exciting ball game to wind things down here in the final day of this ballpark. Final score: the Mariners 5 and the Texas Rangers 2. The Mariners are 4 back behind the Texas Rangers in the American League West. Stick around because we're going to have some fun here talking about 22 and a half years of Mariner baseball here in the Kingdome. We'll be back right after this timeout. Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to the Kingdome. The finale today. After 22.5 years of history, the Mariners beat the Texas Rangers by a score of 5-2. Hi again, everybody. Rick Rizz along with Ron Fairley. And Red, nice way to say goodbye to this ballpark that served the Mariners and the fans so well for 22.5 seasons.
Well, the Mariners played a very good game yesterday, and they came from behind to win that, and they topped it this afternoon. They fell behind early in the ball game, but then they came roaring right back like they have done so many times here in recent years. I think, win or lose this afternoon, I thought it was one heck of a ball game.
And Junior on stage really performed and came through the clutch time and time again. We'll relive some of those moments in a second, but he's been something.
Well, you know what? You set the table for Griffey, and invariably he does things that very few players have ever done in this game of baseball, and he certainly did it again this afternoon, not only with the bat, but he also did it with a glove.
Time now for the Horizon Air highlights, and here we go. The Texas Rangers in the top of the first inning took the lead with a man aboard and one out. Rusty Greer against Freddie Garcia. Whammo, and just like that, it was 2-0 Texas.
Yeah, and that made the crowd here of 56,000 plus very, very quiet.
Now, Junior, his first swing back in 1989 as a rookie, takes Eric King the other way. The Chicago White Sox score a home run. How about today? 2 on bottom of the first inning. There's career home run number 377.
Yeah, that's a duck hook line drive into the lower seats there in right field. He crushed that ball, and that gave the Mariners a lead.
Now in the bottom of the third, Edgar, Mr. Double with a double beyond the reach of Tom Goodwin. That scores Alex Rodriguez, and the Mariners have a 4-2 lead in the ball game.
I guess it's fitting that Griffey hits a home run and Edgar hits a double in the final game, isn't it?
Yep. And now Brian Hunter with a chopper to the left side of the infield for a base hit. Now look at this throw. The wide throw gets on by Lee Stevens. Here comes David Bell on the score. And the Mariners get run number 5. And those are your Horizon Air highlights. Horizon Air, wings of the great Northwest. So the Mariners offensively doing the damage in the first half of the ball game, giving that lead to Freddie Garcia. Freddie struggled, but I'll tell you what, the kid got some huge outs.
Well, he did. I mean, he struggled, and finally when he had to make some good pitches, he did. But then don't forget the job of Frankie Rodriguez in this afternoon. He came in and worked 3 innings and faced the minimum of only 9 batters, gave up the 1 hit, but that 1 hit was erased when he had a 1-6-3 double play.
And Mariner pitchers had the great defense behind them all day long. Time now for In the Zone, brought to you by Genuine Chevrolet. Juan Gonzalez up there. Look at this catch by Junior way back in center field. He's done this so many times.
Yeah, that's the play of the game, because that right there, if Junior does not make this play, that's a 3-run homer, and I think the outcome of the game would have been different. I think Texas would have won the game.
Junior has measured that outfield wall so many times, and what a day for Junior. 1 for 3 with a 3-run home run and that game-saving catch in the 4th inning, taking away the 22nd home run of the year. Would have been number 22 for Juan Gonzalez. So quite a day for Junior and the rest of this ball club on the final day for the Mariners in the Kingdome. Time now for today's Magnolia moment, courtesy of Magnolia Hi-Fi. Got a little bit shaky in the top of the 9th inning, but here's the final pitch of the ball game. The fly ball out to left field. Brian Hunter making the catch. Jose Mesa throws the final pitch in the Kingdome.
You know, there are a lot of people at the Kingdome saying, I'm hoping that ball comes down. Come on down, because we know that Hunter's going to be there to make the catch. And the final out at the Kingdome was a fly ball to Brian Hunter, and the game is over, and the Mariners win it 5-2.
Jose Mesa walked the leadoff batter, LSA, in the top of the 9th inning, but then Tom Goodwin banged into a double play, and then Rusty Greer with the final out, and now it's time to say goodbye. We've had so many great memories here in the Kingdome, especially from 1995, that magical season. Now we move across the street, across Royal Bromway into Safeco Field, just 18 days away, and fans, you're going to love it, and I can't wait. But it's time to say goodbye, and that's always tough.
Well, it's the last game of this homestand. It's good to leave the homestand and on a winning note. Now the Mariners are going to be on a very, very tough road trip. They're going to go to Oakland, Texas, Anaheim, and then L.A. And then they're going to have the All-Star break and then get ready for Safeco Field.
Now, after the break here, we want you to invite you to stay tuned. Rich Waltz is going to host the post-game show coming up. And that's right, folks, we're out of here. See you at Safeco Field. Final score, the Mariners 5 and the Texas Rangers 2. For everybody here in the Kingdome, folks, for the last 22.5 seasons, goodbye baseball to the Kingdome. Thank you for serving us so very well. For Dave Niehaus, Ron Fairley, David Henderson, I'm Rick Rizz. We'll see you right across the street at Safeco Field. Folks, it's time to say goodbye. Thanks for the Memories.
For almost 23 years, the Mariners have called the Kingdome home. Though its color is gray, the memories are vivid. From its first pitch to its very first postseason. Coming up on Fox Sports Net Northwest, we'll say goodbye to the King County Dome Stadium next. As you can tell, the sellout crowd has not left. The Seattle Mariners have defeated the Texas Rangers by a score of 5-2 in the final baseball game ever in the King County Domed Stadium. Hi everyone, I'm Rich Waltz and welcome to Fox Sports Net Northwest exclusive coverage of the final game of this facility, baseball game that is. The Mariners defeat the Texas Rangers coming up in the next hour and a half or so. I hope you've got a comfortable seat on the couch because what a show they've got here in the Kingdome. We will bring it all to you, all the grand finale ceremonies to be covered here on Fox Sports Net Northwest. Introduction and interviews with Mariner greats, names from the past, for the last 22 and a half seasons of Mariner baseball. We will present our 10 greatest Mariner Kingdome moments. Obviously, some emotional moments as well. The crowd here today saw a tremendous ball game. Ken Griffey Jr. with his 27th home run, another highlight film catch, and the Mariners draw within 4 games of the Texas Rangers. So stick with us. Dave Niehaus will join us. The Seattle Times beat writer Bob Finnegan will join us as well. It should be a great show. In fact, it's the last show in the Kingdome.
Salute to the Kingdome on Fox Sports Net Northwest is brought to you by Hewling Brothers Auto Center. Anything you want, they got it at the top of the hill in West Seattle. By Horizon Air, wings of the great Northwest. By Car Toys, the nation's largest independent car stereo and wireless phone dealer. Car Toys, a better way to go. By Wild Waves Enchanted Village, with over 60 acres of summer fun for everyone. And by Money Tree, your cash solution.
Over 32,700,000 came through these gates underneath this concrete sky to see baseball in this facility. No more. The Mariners head to Safeco Field on July 15th. Welcome back to Fox Sports Net Northwest exclusive coverage of the Kingdome finale. The Mariners will take those 2 banners across the street and plant them in Safeco Field. Throughout the week, you've read and you've heard different odes to the Kingdome, both national and local. In the national media, the Kingdome has been ridiculed as a terrible place for baseball. And while basically that's correct, what the national writers don't know and what the local writers do know, the memories and the people and the folks that have grown up around baseball in this facility. In a moment, we'll hear from some of the ex-Mariners. Right now, Angie Arlotti has some of the Mariners' current memories.
Thanks, Rich. Today marks the last time these guys will play in the Kingdome. It's a day they'll never forget. Something else that will stay with these guys forever is the first time they saw this place.
I walked in here as a funny-looking 18-year-old kid, and I was wowed by everything around.
I was drafted at 17. They wanted me to work out.
I'd just been traded from the Yankees, and I came in here, and at the time, it was a ball club that was, trying to make a name for itself.
My memories as a kid, sitting back over here in the family section, and watching my dad. Back then, it wasn't a big crowds here either. It was very similar to this. There's plenty of open seats and no competition for the foul balls. That's what my brothers and I liked. This was always our favorite park because we always had a chance to get a foul ball here.
The first impression when I drove in the parking lot, you see this building, and I didn't know what to expect.
Here comes the left-hander's line. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Bang! It's over! He has done it! High fastball, Randy Johnson being mobbed by Scott. Scott Bradley down to greet him and the entire Mariner team.
Since then, the Mariners have provided fans with memorable moments that will exist long after the structure that provided them is gone.
95, the game against California here, when we clinched the division.
It's pretty unanimous. I think Egger's double exemplifies everything, all my experiences here at the Kingdome, because that's really the moment that put it on the map.
Chris Bosio's no-hitter, Randy Johnson's no-hitter. What Randy Johnson did coming out of the pen to save and win the game for us. There's been a lot of great deals. Junior's catches in the outfield, the way just when you think he's coming down everybody else's level, he continues to escalate his game.
Fly ball is deep into the gap in right center field. The kid on his horse. Back to the warning track. The wall makes the leap. And they can unbelievable catch. My, oh my.
I only have one, that would be playing with my dad. We come to the ballpark together, we just look at each other. He's going to play, I'm going to play, and we didn't know what to expect. We're just going to wing it. I mean, he says, when we started tossing, he said, the further you got, the younger you look. And then when you got up on me, you were 19 and you were like 6 inches taller than me.
For me, I've made a name. This is where I got a chance to make a name for myself and start my career.
Just the simple fact that this was a place where I came here as a boy and I'm leaving now as a man. And, you know, so many people have so many bad things to say about the Kingdome, but to me the Kingdome has been nothing but beauty.
Even with all the amenities that Safeco has, there's still some that will be missing and that will be missed.
You know, the hitting's very good here. The ball travel is incredible. Dimensions are very, very good for hitters.
I think everybody in the league is going to miss this ballpark from an offensive standpoint. I mean, I agree. Being a pitcher, I hang with them.
I think what is nice here is, one, when you get a lot of fans here, it gets very loud.
The crowd, when they get in this place and they're into the ball game, it's the loudest, most unbelievable, noisy crowd that you've ever heard.
I like that.
I don't know if Safeco Field would ever be as loud as the Kingdome as it once was in 97 and 95. I miss a lot of things about it.
In April, prior to the roof, having the heat and having it enclosed, I have a feeling it's going to be a little chilly over there early in the year.
I like controlled climate. 62 degrees. I don't have a bad hair day. You know, it could be a little wild next year. You know, especially if I come back with an afro. You know, I heard that they're starting new promotions, so I figured I might have Griffey Afro Day at the Safeco. If you have an afro 4 inches or more, you can get in free. So we had a lot of fun here. In a couple weeks, we'll be over in a new ballpark trying to make some new tradition.
And while the M's obviously won't be able to take the roof or the perfect playing conditions, there are some things they can.
I would probably just try to take 2 things. I would try to take a piece of dirt over by shortstop, not dirt, the turf, and then I'd probably like to take home plate, and then I'd just label it last home game in the Kingdome Sunday, whatever date it is, and keep it in my office forever.
Probably something around my locker, I don't know, the name tag or something like that. Just to remember some of the games that I play here.
There's some spots out there that for like the last 11 years I've been spitting with my tobacco and have permanently stained the AstroTurf. There's one particular spot in general out there that's huge, and I'm going to have Wilbur, the grounds crew, cut it out and take it home. That'll be the one thing that I'll take with me. Call it weird, call it gross, whatever you want, but that's my home out there. It's my home away from home. That's my security blanket. That's something that always let me remember this great place.
I have one of the falling towels. Yes, you know those things up there? When it fell and we missed a couple games?
Okay.
Yes, tiles. Yes, I have one.
Okay, but is there something you would like to take?
No, that was it. That's the only thing that I've taken. You know, stealing is illegal in this country.
Perhaps because of that, first baseman David Segui doesn't want to take first base from the Dome. Unless, of course, it's out of necessity.
They can have it. There'll be one over there, I hope. If it's not there, we'll come back and get it.
The scene in the Kingdome right now, a sellout crowd of over 56,000. The very first sellout. I guess the only sellout in the Kingdome this year, witnessing the Mariners defeating the Texas Rangers 5-2. And the post-game celebration is just about to start. Safeco Fields, not that far away as the Mariners get set to move on July 15th. Long road trip before they get there. Coming up, we will salute Kingdome memories, players from the past and present. Stick around. It's all here on Fox Sports Net Northwest. Your final score of the final game in the King County Dome Stadium. The Mariners beat the Texas Rangers by a score of 5-2. A full house still on hand. A Diamond Vision show coming on just before the opening ceremonies of the grand finale here on Fox Sports Net Northwest. Rich Waltz back in the booth, joined now by Bob Finnegan of the Seattle Times. Finney, in most of the things I've read and heard over the last week, the Kingdome has been described as, well, a terrible place to watch baseball. But I think what most people underestimated were the memories of the people that played here, the moments that occurred here, and the fans that grew up around baseball, albeit in a concrete cavern. I think people underestimated that.
I think there is an element of underestimation. Basically, I think there was a lot of fun had here. The early years, it was fun of a kind of an odd sort. In later years, most of the fun was baseball, of course. And I'll tell you what, you know, in the later years when the games became more important, it wasn't always with a happy outcome. Okay, I mean, there were some struggles too, but it was fun in that sense. It was entertaining. You went home and you talked about what was going on and what's it supposed to be all about.
Here's some of the video that they're showing right now, and certainly as we go on in the show, you're going to see plenty of video just like this, as Mariners from the past and the present will be honored. We'll be joining Dave Niehaus down on the field shortly. Bob, you've seen a lot of baseball in this facility. The vivid memories, what are some of the things that come to mind as we say goodbye to this building for you?
The personalities. I mean, there's some talent. There's a great element of talent, especially in the more recent players. But the personalities, the Bill Cottle, of course, the Paul Cerna, the Steve Strouders, the Larry Andersons, just really great guys, one and all, you know. And there's a little bit of their spirit that I think lingers on, kind of pervades the place. You know that somewhere they're all watching today. They're all feeling something today. In '95, they were all feeling pride. Today, maybe they're feeling a little bit of sadness.
We focus so much on Mariner memories in this building, but when you talk about opponents, one game stands out to me, a game I got to call. Mark McGwire hitting 2 500-foot home runs to the second deck in the same inning. Earlier this week, you talked about a play involving Buck Martinez at the plate. Give me a few seconds of that one.
Just an astonishing play back in 1987 where Martinez tagged Phil Bradley out on a play at the plate. Bradley knocked him down, broke his ankle. Gorman Thomas had hit the ball and was trying to sneak around to third base. Martinez saw him going, kind of struggled up, made a throw towards third. It went into left field. Gorman comes around third, is coming home. George Bell throws the ball home. You know, a rare play for George to charge the ball and get it home. The ball kind of rolls, kind of bounces, goes right into Buck Martinez's glove. Of all odd things, and here comes Gorman, kind of tippy-toeing around and over Buck, and Buck, with like his last gasp of energy, kind of reaches up and tags Gorman. You're out. 2 plays out, both out at the plate on the same play by a catcher with a broken leg.
All right, Penny, it's time now to meet some of the guests that we have here tonight for our grand finale, and some of the names from Mariners past and Mariners present. Let's go down to the field right now and take a look at who's here tonight. Dave Niehaus will be by and visit with them momentarily.
Rupert Jones.
Rupert Jones. Rupert Jones is a name a lot of people have forgotten about, Finny.
I'll tell you what, not when you say Roop. I'll tell you what, if you say the word Roop to anyone of 50-odd thousand, although I imagine there's probably about 100,000 people around, Rich, who say you were there that first night, but anybody who remembers those early days, you say Roop, and it can only be one person, Rupert Jones.
24 home runs in his very first season as a Seattle Mariner. He was the first player picked in the expansion draft.
For 7 wonderful seasons. He was one of the original Mariners and led the team in stolen bases
for 6 consecutive seasons.
He is still the all-time club leader in stolen bases. Welcome back the cruiser, Julio Cruz.
Julio Cruz, a guy that has made his home here in the Northwest, still the all-time stolen base leader. Good to see him back as well.
Oh, it's wonderful. I mean, he's one of the guys. You know, one of the oddest things I can remember Julio doing. Julio could stand at the foot of a 6 or 7 flight set of stairs at the bottom of a dugout with both feet flat on the ground and leap to the field level. It was just amazing. What spring he had in his step. And that's why he turned to double play so well at second base, Rich.
Julio Cruz, Rupert Jones. And here's a name, Bob Finnegan, that I think people remember his name simply for his nickname, Scrap Iron, Bob Stinson.
Bob Stinson, the opening night catcher. I tell you what, he's a Scrap Iron. You mentioned, like Roop, you mentioned the name Scrap Iron, everybody knows it's Bob Stinson. He's around a lot. We see him, quality guy.
He was a catcher for the Mariners from 1977 through 1980. Well, one name you knew was going to come back. He only played a season and a half as a Seattle Mariner. He won 314 games, and only 13 of those wins came as a Mariner, but his most important win came as a Mariner, and that's Gaylord Perry, who's back here tonight.
I'll tell you what, Rich, if he's wearing a cap, if he goes to that cap, they'll throw him, there he goes, they'll throw him right out of this event. The cap might slide out of his hand. He used to hide his Vaseline, among several other places, under the bill of his cap.
In fact, Finney, this stadium was the only stadium where he was ejected for doctoring a baseball. It happened in August of the season he won his 300th game. Here in the Kingdome, he was tossed.
We call that the rest of the story.
5-time All-Star and Hall of Famer, Gaylord Perry. Here's another name that obviously Mariner fans remember. It's amazing to me he only played 2 seasons here in 1982 and 1983. He has a couple of nicknames, the Inspector or Cuffs, Bill Cottle.
I was there the night in Cleveland. He earned the name Cuffs, Rich. There were a couple of policemen involved, as I recall. But what was amazing, when Rene Lashman, after that, used to call him in from the bullpen, he just put his wrists together and hold them up. That was calling in Cuffs from the bullpen.
Speaking of wrists, I think Lou Piniella would have liked to put his wrists together today to call Cottle out of the bullpen, though the Mariners win the ball game 5-2. All right, next on the list. He's one of the all-time leader in the Mariners' games played, home runs, RBIs, and walks. He's a member of our broadcast team, David Valley.
This is the guy who was the forever Mariner. He was drafted in the early years. He came up through the organization. He was here, and I still remember him just a solid guy. He injured a couple of times in his early years, and then just became just an epitome of solid catching.
And I think you measure Dave Valley's career, not only what he did on the field, but what he has done off the field with the group Esperanza
and Dominican Republic.
Raising funds as he has. All right, next in center field, the guy that you just heard a lot from, center fielder, expert analyst, David Henderson. The lights are not on, but that smile could light this place up in a hurry.
I tell you what, I think Sammy Sosa adopted his home run leap after he hits a home run. I think he adopted that from David Henderson. He left here in '86 and just fulfilled his career.
And I think his career is measured by his postseasons, which he had tremendous success.
Winning player, Rich,
with the Red Sox and with the Oakland Athletics. The next Mariner we'll introduce is a guy we've seen a lot of over the last 6 or 7 years, and that's Dan Wilson. A very durable catcher, a very good defensive catcher, one of the best in the American League. He's been behind the plate for both American League West pennants.
I tell you what, I still remember Lou Piniella telling me there was trade talk about Cincinnati at the end of the '93 season, lose first. He said, if we make a trade with Cincinnati this winter, a catcher named Dan Wilson will be in it. He was. He's nothing but great. A great kid, boy next door, All-American.
And in this Kingdome, Wilson has 2 very memorable inside-the-park home runs. Here's a guy that has grown up a Mariner, and certainly when you mention his name, you think about clutch hitting. Edgar Martinez has 2 of the biggest moments in Mariner history. His grand slam against the Yankees and his RBI double in Game 5.
I tell you what, I just mentioned the word All-American for Dan Wilson. Let's go Edgar all Latin American. I mean, just a solid citizen with a Spanish accent, as solid as Dan his Anglo. Just, boy, these are guys that you'd have home to dinner. Dan Wilson and Edgar Martinez, you really would. It sounds silly to go on and on as much as they are. They're just great people. No wonder they've really captured the hearts here.
I felt a bit of nostalgia that we were unable today to see a man out in right field who really got his career going in this place. Traded from the Yankees, a relative unknown when Ken Phelps went over there. Jay Buhner made himself into an all-star and one of the better power hitters in baseball. Buhner unable to play. He won't be sad to see the AstroTurf go. Let's hope when they get to Safeco, he's back in the lineup.
Yeah, he's hoping that there'll be a boneyard in Safeco Field, Rich, no doubt. And he said today before the game, he has mixed emotions because this is where he came to, he came to fruition right here in the boneyard and all. And I tell you what, this guy has a feel for what it's all about. He is an entertainer of the first order. He just likes people. He's a people person.
He's one of the brightest stars in Major League Baseball. He has electrified.
Buhner will be very sad to see a right field go. A difficult defensive position to play. Buhner was obviously the best at it, very much like Yastrzemski in left field at Fenway.
Gold Glove winner, Rich.
Next up for the Seattle Mariners, we could argue all night on this. One of the most exciting ball players in baseball right now. Is he the best in baseball right now? I don't know. You got to have an argument with the center fielder of this team as well. But
I tell you what, I mean, think of how blessed the Mariners are. They've got two of arguably the best 5 or 6 all-around players in the game today. One is their center fielder, one is their shortstop. I mean, the two are crushingly key positions on the field, and there they are.
You heard Rodriguez say earlier tonight, he came into this building a boy and left a man. Let's hope that he stays a man in Safeco Field.
I tell you what, we're going to find out over the next at least few months.
One of the brightest lights in Mariner history, never really had the greatest stats, though certainly he was a guy that was well decorated. 3 Gold Gloves, a 2-time All-Star. He was an award winner by George Bush, one of the points of light. He did a tremendous amount of work off the field. He now is a broadcaster for a national network. Harold Reynolds.
Tell you what, he stepped right into the shoes of Julio Cruz as a just tremendous defensive second baseman. Mariners have been blessed with some defense at second base, Rich.
Unless you think that the fans here are only welcoming the modern-day players, the roar of the crowd when Harold came out is a pretty good indication that the memories are very vivid of baseball back in the late 70s and through the mid-80s. Speaking of that, here's a man that in 1984 was the American League Rookie of the Year. His title is pretty simple, Mr. Mariner.
I tell you, I get a little misty when I think of Alvin Davis. This is simply one of the finest men I have ever had the privilege of dealing with in my own career. I mean, Mr. Mariner, when Ken Griffey Jr. calls you Mr. Mariner, then you are Mr. Mariner, and Jr. calls Alvin Mr. Mariner.
Alvin Davis, greeted by virtually all 56,000 people in the Kingdome when he walked in here today. He has a very good, deep friendship with just about everybody surrounding this organization. 2 men for you. When the Mariners in 1990 acquired a veteran outfielder, they just happened to acquire Ken Griffey Jr.'s dad. Senior and Junior are back together again.
What a moment. Baseball history right there.
Years from now, I'm sure they will call Safeco Field the house that Junior built. And appropriately, he homered today.
Never forget the game they played together, the first game. The guys that were on the bench can remember. It sounded so odd to hear somebody on the bench, one of their teammates go, "Come on, Dad."
7 years as the skipper of the Mariners. 1993, he arrived, and things changed in a hurry. Lou Piniella, 2 American League West titles. And in a much better mood now than he was in that top of the 9th inning, Vinny.
I tell you what, he was a little nervous in that 9th inning. He shakes his head after it, but like you say, all's well that ends.
Mariner has been a part of the family since day one.
The last Mariner to be introduced is not only a member of the Mariner family, he's also a member of the Fox Sports Net Northwest family. He is a man that is a legend. When you say baseball in the Northwest, you start it with this man's name. Dave Niehaus was here from the start, 1977 to present, and here he is.
What else is there to say, Rich? My, oh, my.
Sellout crowd, 56,000 on their feet.
And you know what, Rich? At least you can say it ended a bit better than it started. A win is what you're here for.
Yeah, Dave will be the first to tell you that. The Mariners lost their first 2 games in this facility, but they win here today, beating Texas by a score of 5-2. And the names and the faces of the past about to be introduced. Let's go down below.
Oh, my, what a way to close this baby, huh? Before I go any farther, I want to recognize 2 guys that are on 3 guys up there in the booth right now. My partners, Rick Rizz, Ron Fairley, Kevin Cremin. Thank you, guys. Wonderful, wonderful job. This Kingdome holds some incredible memories for all of us. I can't help but think that, 22 and a half years, you might have a 22-year-old sitting by you now with a kid of their own. You've grown up here. So it is a special place. Who could forget the night that Gaylord Perry won his 300th to the grace of Julio Cruz at second base, stealing base after base. And, of course, none of us will ever forget that magical ride in 1995. You proved one thing today, that no place will ever get as loud as this building when Edgar Martinez doubled and Junior came flying around the bases to score. No one will ever take those memories away. Rupert Jones, Bobby Stinson, Julio Cruz, you 3 gentlemen were here for the very first season in Mariners history. Come on up here a second. Scrappy, you caught the first pitch. It was a fastball right down the middle from Diego Segui to Jerry Remy. Remember?
Yes, I do.
And he ended up walking him.
Yes, that's why I was scared off.
What's your most vivid memory of the first year?
First year, we're kind of a off-breed kind of guys. We really didn't know what we were going to do. He kept telling us that we didn't have to win or something like that. We wanted to win. We came out, we played hard. I don't know. It's just a lot of people came through this organization at that time. I remember going out to the parking lot, and my truck was towed away. We didn't have a parking place. I remember coming to the gate and trying to get in the gate, and they didn't know who I was.
You handled that ground ball on Gaylord Perry's final out. As I recall, it was Willie Randolph who hit it to you, and through to at that time Jimmy Mailer.
Yes, I remember the play vividly. I remember ground ball right at me, and I'm thinking to myself, I better catch this ball and make sure that I grab it on the dry side before I throw the ball.
You have to remember that Gaylord Perry did pass a lie detector test concerning that, didn't you, Gaylord? Yes. The first guy I think that you Mariners fans ever associated, really identified with, because I can still hear the echo here at the Kingdome. Give it to me. Give it to me. You bet. You bet. Welcome back, Rupert Jones.
It's a pleasure to be back. You know, I never thought I'd see this day. I never really thought about this day, but it's been a wonderful occasion. Thank you for inviting me back.
What was, did you react to when the fans kept yelling, "Roop, Roop, Roop"?
I know I had a stepson at the time, and he kept asking me, Rupert, why are they booing you every time you come to the plate? I said, well, son, if they do boo me, I'll never know.
Welcome back, all three of you. I want to get Cuffs up here, and I want to get my two television partners up here all at the same time, too. Bill Caudle is known as not only one of the great, if not the greatest relief pitcher in Mariner history, but also one of its biggest pranksters. He used to burn bats outside the clubhouse. He'd chew up with a half mustache and pitch. But those back in 1981, 82, those were the fun years here, my friend.
Yeah, I was fortunate to get traded to Seattle and get an opportunity to come in and relief for pitchers like Gaylord and Floyd Bannister, Mike Moore. Probably the best 2 years of my career were here in Seattle. It's just been an honor to be around and be involved, but to finally see Seattle come alive and love its baseball team, it warms my heart, and I'm proud to be a part of it. And in '95, I had goosebumps too.
All right, you make your home here now, right?
Yeah. I've lived here since I was traded in '82. Probably not a better place to raise a family. This is where I hang my hat, and I'll always hang my hat in Seattle.
All right. These two guys get paid to talk now, not play baseball and hit baseball, so talk. No, that's terrible, I just say. Val, your memories.
I've got two very vivid memories. One was the no-hitter with Chris Bosio. Ground ball up the middle. Omar came running across and grabbed the ball with his bare hand. My heart stopped when he finally made the out, just the elation that I felt. And the other one was watching those two guys, junior and senior, playing at the same time. Unbelievable.
David, how about you?
Well, my memories are not about me. I remember opening days with Kenny Presley hitting a grand slam and us winning ball games, and Phil Bradley hitting a grand slam, us winning ball games. It's always been fun to win, and that's always been the most important thing I've ever thought about. And the Kingdome has been home to me. I just pass over center field to Ken Griffey Jr. It's his office now.
Edgar, come up here. Perhaps the biggest moment ever to take place here was Game 5 of the 1995 playoffs. I had just mentioned if only Edgar could find the gap, and all of a sudden he pulled the ball down the left field line. Joey Cora walked in from third base, and and Junior literally sprouted wings, rounding third, and scored, and we were going to play for the American League Championship. What do you remember about that?
Boy, I remember everything that that happened in that game, but I remember looking back from second base and see all the players running to home plate, and I just couldn't believe that Junior was able to score from first down. The ball was in the corner, left field. So I remember all the players running down to home plate and Joey running down to second. That was a great moment.
You gonna miss this place?
Oh yes, I'm gonna miss it, and it's been great for me in here, and I'm sure I'm gonna miss it.
Have fun across the street.
Thank you.
In May of 1982, this man, before, of course, he went to the Hall of Fame and made it, did win his 300th game here. I will never forget that. Anytime you can accomplish that feat as a major league player, it's unbelievable. It's going to be a long, long time before anybody again wins his 300th. How about a welcome back to the big North Carolinian, Gaylord Perry. First of all, I got to find out, how many jerseys did you wear that night?
9.
9 different jerseys.
No, I didn't really change that many times, but this is a special place. It served a special purpose for all of us that's up here, and we are looking forward to the new stadium. And I just want to let people know that foul ball that Ken Griffey Sr. hit was fair, and he should have been out. And then he hit the home run.
That was it. What he's talking about is a senior hit a home run for the New York Yankees in his 300th win. You remember that?
That's something I really, remember about one game that happens like that, and it's just great concentration on his part. And I threw him a little pitch too good, but it was great to win number 300 here, and I love this area. I played my minor league ball right up in Tacoma, so I'm very familiar with the Northwest, and thanks for having me, and it's always great seeing you, Dave.
Thank you. Welcome back, Gaylord. This place will close after our ceremonies to baseball, and it will close having only had one man to ever hit for the cycle in a Mariner uniform here in Seattle. It took 14 innings, but he did it. How about a nice welcome for Bone J. Buhner? I think we just celebrated the 6th anniversary of that the other day.
Yes, we did, and I hope we can continue that tradition of the Buhner Buzz over in the new Safeco Field. You guys all come over there and join us. It's going to be a heck of a new era over there. We appreciate your support and continued support.
What are your emotions at this time? I mean, this place has been awfully good to you.
I just got one thing to say to that, Dave. I love you, man.
All right, Jay Buhner. That's pretty hard to beat. Let's move down the line. This young man, former #1 draft choice in the country, captivated everybody's heart, not with a bat to begin with. He captured everybody's heart by consoling Joey Cora. It was Joey Cora who was crying after it was finally all over in 1995, and young rookie Alex Rodriguez came over and said, "It's going to be all right, all right." 358 a couple of years ago, batting championship, and he hasn't stopped yet. He's simply the best shortstop in baseball. How about a nice welcome for A-Rod? What's your favorite memory?
Well,
My favorite memory in the Kingdome has to be just playing in and day out. When I first got drafted here in '93 by the Mariners, it was the last place I wanted to come in the world. But after spending 5 years here has been probably the best years of my life, and I want to thank you for embracing me, and this is my new home here, Seattle.
Sounds to me like you too are going to miss this place.
Very dearly. The Kingdome has been a wonderful place, full of wonderful memories, and I'm truly, definitely going to miss this place, especially when I'm in the batter's box.
Alex Rodriguez. Young man from the suburbs of Chicago came into Seattle, and I couldn't help but mention it on the radio. Here's a kid from the suburbs of Chicago with a big guy from the Dominican Republic, Jose Mesa, trying to send everybody home happy, and did they ever both. And what a day this has been. And the Mariners are mighty lucky to have people like Dan Wilson, one of the bastions of not only on the baseball field, but in our community. Dan, the ending here couldn't have been any more dramatic or any more beautiful.
No, you want to go out on a winning note and give the fans what they deserve, and that's a W, and we're able to do that today. From '95 all the way on, this crowd here has been the 10th man for us, and today they were the 10th man in the 9th inning, and they're a big part of that building across the street, and they're a big part of this winning ball club.
You looking to catch outdoors?
That's going to be fun. It's going to be a little different, but I think it's going to be exciting, and I know as players we're all looking forward to getting across the street and getting started with that second half.
Have a great road trip first.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay. This next guy has become a national star. You know that. You see him on Baseball Tonight. He's doing a heck of a job, just like he did right out here by the bag at second base. We welcome him back. He grew up in Oregon, made his home here in Seattle, and became an incredible contributor to the community lifestyle here in Seattle. And it's great to have him back home. How about saying hello to Harold Reynolds one more time? You know, we heard through the grapevine that you just couldn't make it because you had other commitments. I knew you weren't going to miss this.
No, I couldn't miss this for the world. Although we were on till 1 a.m., I got a flight at 6 in the morning, but I got here. Couldn't miss it.
You were on with me on radio describing what was happening in this game, particularly involving the guy down there at the end of the row here, and it didn't surprise you.
Well, last night we were talking about it out in Connecticut, and I said, you know what, Junior will break out his cape. It's the last day in his office, and you know he's going to perform. And did he? Did he perform?
As a player, what's your favorite moment here?
Oh, man, I got so many. Probably the thing that stands out in my mind more than anything is the next guy you're going to introduce, Mr. Mariner. Just his class and the way he handles himself was an example to me and the rest of the guys we played with, and probably one of the prettiest swings that I think I've ever seen.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Harold. So let's introduce the only Mariner in the Mariner Hall of Fame, number 21, Alvin Davis. Saw you and the family crying out there last year when you were inducted into the Mariner Hall of Fame. As we say goodbye to the Kingdome, this must be a very special day to you.
It's a very emotional day. There's a lot of fond memories out here on the field and the folks in the stands, and it's bittersweet. Things must change, and a lot of times changes for the better. And I know there's going to be some great memories at Safeco Field, but at the same time, we're closing a chapter in the history of Seattle and also in the history of Major League Baseball. It's fun to be a part of it.
Your number one memory as a player?
I have to echo Hindu's sentiments. Being here for those 2 opening night wins, we were struggling back in those days. And a lot of times after opening day, it was downhill. But to have a crowd like we have here today and to have Phil Bradley and Jim Presley win those games on opening night, those stick out more than anything else.
It's indeed an honor to have you back home. Great to have you.
It's great to be a part. Thank you.
You know, to me, it really does, and I'm sure it does to senior and maybe even junior, seem like yesterday, August the 31st, 1990, when senior went out to left field, junior went out to center field, and they were looking and playing and catch together. And little did we know what was going to happen when they came up in the bottom half of the first inning, but you now know what happened. It was a base hit by senior, a base hit by junior, and we witnessed something here that will probably never be witnessed again. Father and son playing together. So let's call up the Griffies, Ken and Ken Jr.
Move to the back and he ain't coming out. So they just let me tell you. They just wanted to remind you. No.
Oh, what a nice ovation. Take us back to that night. Kenny?
What night?
August 31st, 19.
Talk about the night that Junior and I ran out on the field. Okay, the only thing I can say about that night was I had to concentrate on trying to play a game. And being able to run out on the field with my son was probably the greatest thrill I've ever had in Major League Baseball or any time in baseball history, period. So I had a great time with it. The only thing I can really say is that he reminded me a lot of Trey. And that's the only way I can look at it to get through the night, to be honest with you.
3 World Championship rings, 1 MVP trophy, and an All-Star game, and yet that's your number 1 moment in your professional career.
That's number 1. Number 2 will have to be the 75 World Series. But number 1, running out here in the Kingdome with my son was probably the number 1 memory.
All right. Up to this point, is that your number 1 memory?
Yeah. Well, I got to do something that nobody else has ever done. You know, everybody has hit home runs, robbed guys of home runs, but I got to run out on the field and play baseball with my dad.
I just want to hear it from your lips, like everybody in the dugout did, like Gene Klein's did, that broke your dad up. What did you say when your dad was up at the plate for the first time in the Mariner uniform?
Come on, Dad. Let's go, Dad.
That's unreal. Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad.
Well, I didn't know if I could call him Ken Sr., Ken, Big Kenny. I just said what I've always said all my life. Let's go, Dad. And it just came out.
Well, you close out with 198 home runs here in the Kingdome, a record that no one will ever touch. And, of course, number 198 was one of the most dramatic of all time.
Just trying to get the guys over. I wasn't trying to hit the ball out the ballpark. You know, we've got to do the little things to win ball games, and it's the first inning, and I got lucky, and it went out.
You looking forward to the 15th of July over there?
Yeah, right after All-Star break, come here and do this all over again, open up a new ballpark.
You've been unbelievable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lou Piniella, we understand, had to run back to the dugout. Is that right? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, so the time has come really to say, I guess, goodbye to the Kingdome. We'll close it out with a ceremonial final pitch. Opening night, 1977, Diego Segui threw that first pitch in Mariners history right here, 22 and a half years ago. So let's relive that moment one more time. right now.
This is the moment we have waited for, and a gentleman who has broadcast Major League Baseball for 8 seasons in Los Angeles with the California Angels, watching his old team tonight as the voice of the new Seattle Mariners. It's my pleasure to introduce and to work with in this first season ever, a great gentleman, Dave Niehaus.
Thank you, Ken Wilson. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the initial voyage of the Seattle Mariners. Diego Segui, the first pitch in history is a strike, taken at the knees by Jerry Remy, leading it off. And the crowd roars. Okay. Unfortunately, it's time for the final pitch here at the Kingdome. Walking back behind home plate with the glove, the same man who caught that first pitch from Diego Segui in 1977. 1,764 games ago. And now, keeping the family tradition alive, to throw out the final pitch, let's welcome the grandson of Diego and the son of David. Here's 7-year-old Corey Segui. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll say this. This place has been called an ugly duckling by a lot of people. She'll always be beautiful to me. Good night.
Final game of the baseball schedule of the Kingdome. The Seahawks will close this building, but the Mariners are out of here. They are headed to Safeco Field, where on July 15th they will open up that new ballpark. Quite a send-off. When we get back, some final thoughts from Bob Finnegan and the 10 greatest moments, baseball moments, in Kingdome history.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Hello, Ken.
Who, me?
Don't be alarmed. I just have a small favor to ask. Jackie Robinson's birthday is coming up, and I'd like to give him something special.
Sure, no problem, sir.
And here's the pitch.
Swung on and belted deep to right field. That's so fine.
The Seattle Mariners. Ain't baseball great?
I don't think that ball is ever coming down.
A salute to the Kingdome. The Kingdome finale continues on Fox Sports Net Northwest. The Mariners beat the Rangers and say goodbye to this concrete stadium. Hi, everyone. Rich Waltz along with Bob Finnegan. All right, after hearing that, your thoughts?
I remember in a headline one time it's called a concrete coffin.
Yeah.
No, it's a little somber. It's, you know, I think Dave Niehaus did a nice job of summing everything up. You've got to admit, when all is said and done, all the emotions are played out, that there will always be an element of fondness for the Kingdome. There were some happy times, some sad times, but most of all and most importantly, There were times here, there were Major League Baseball games played here, and that's probably more important than anything, Rich.
All right, Finney, we'll see you in the new ballpark on July 15th.
I'll be there.
And because there are going to be more times in Safeco Field, before we get there, we thought we'd relive the 10 greatest Mariner moments in Kingdome history. In the Kingdome, number 10, a rookie's big splash.
One pitch to Alvin. Swung on and belted deep to right center field. Castillo looks up. It is grand salami time. Alvin Davis.
In 1984, Alvin Davis was not the Mariners' opening day first baseman, but that would soon change. Davis replaced Ken Phelps and never looked back. He hit .284, blasting 27 homers with a career-high 116 runs batted in. In 8 years, Davis became a fixture at first base. By the time he left for California, Davis had earned the title Mr. Mariner, a productive career that burned brightest in '84. The American League Rookie of the Year, Alvin Davis. Top 10 Kingdome moments. Number 9, the man with the Golden Glove.
Pitch to him. Swung on and a fly ball hit deep into the gap in right center field. The kid on his horse. Back to the warning track. The wall makes the leap. And makes an unbelievable catch. My, oh my. He is down at the 380 marker. And it's one of the most incredible catches you will ever want to see.
He was squashed up against the wall deep in right center field. There is still a dent and the padding way out there right at the 380 mark. One of the best catches I have ever seen in the Major League. Just an unbelievable catch by the kid.
When Ken Griffey Jr. broke into the Major Leagues, he was only 19 years of age. His rookie year, he led all American League outfielders with 6 double plays. At 20, he won his first Gold Glove, and he hasn't had a season without one since. He was a center fielder that seemingly could catch anything. In 1995, he missed 2.5 months and still won a Gold Glove. It helped that the injury came on one of his greatest catches ever. 9 consecutive Gold Gloves and a full reel of highlight film catches. Top 10 Kingdome moments. Number 8, Gaylord gets his 300.
May the 6th, 1982. Gaylord Perry 1 out away from 300. The 2-1 pitch to Randolph. Swung on, ground ball to Cruz. This should do it. He's got it. It's over. Gaylord has 300. Everybody mobbing Gaylord Perry as he goes all the way. His teammates come out, start bowling, and Gaylord Perry becomes the 15th man in baseball history to win 300 games as the Mariners beat the Yankees 7-3. My, oh my.
In Perry's 22-year Major League career, his stay in Seattle was brief. He won only 13 games as a Mariner. Maybe more surprising, Perry's only career ejection for doctoring the baseball came in the Kingdome, August 23rd, 1982. Top 10 Kingdome moments. Number 7, Junior's first Kingdome at bat.
The pitch on the way to Junior, and it swung on and belted deep to left field. Headed to the track, the wall, fly away. Welcome to Seattle, Ken Griffey Jr. My, oh my, on the first pitch thrown to him from Eric King.
In 1987, the Mariners selected Ken Griffey Jr. with the first overall pick in the Major League Draft. After a season and a half in the minors, Jr. made the club with a record-setting performance in spring training. His first Major League at-bat, a double off of Oakland's Dave Stewart. The home run off Chicago's Eric King in the Kingdome, a preview of coming attractions. Top 10 Kingdome moments. Number 6, the All-Star Game. In the Mariners' 3rd season, baseball's brightest stars hit town in the Kingdome's only midsummer classic. A standing ovation for the only Mariner, Bruce Bhakti. Bhakti's only at-bat, ironically, a pinch-hitting appearance against future Mariner, Gaylord Perry. Bhakti's RBI single gave the American League the lead late in the ball game. But the lasting memory of the All-Star game in Seattle, the right arm of Pirate Dave Parker. Top 10 Kingdome moments. Number 5, a father and son reunion. In 1990, the Mariners signed a veteran outfielder with a career 300 average and 2 World Series rings. And oh, by the way, he just happened to be the father of a 20-year-old Mariner center fielder. Griffey and Griffey first played together on August 31st, 1990. And father and son were more than just a novelty act. As a Mariner, in 1990, Ken Griffey Sr. hit .377, a father and son reunion. Top 10 Kingdome moments. Number 4, the 95 pennant race. First stop, August 24th.
Full count on Vince Coleman, batting from the left-hand side. And John Wetland is set. The 3-2 pitch on the way to Coleman, and it's inside, ball 4. So he's aboard, and the light is still flickering.
Vince Coleman gets on, and I said, he can steal a Wetland, so I let him run 2 pitches on 1-on-1. I hit a line drive to Tony. I thought he was going to get it. I wasn't even throwing that hard to first base. I said, oh, man. And all of a sudden, I got my head down. The people started screaming. I said, well, what happened? All of a sudden, I see the ball trickling to left field. I said, why? I can't believe he didn't get that.
Fernandez glove. There goes Joey. The pitch swung on at Nelson. Deep to right field. The Mariners have done it. Fly away. Junior with a 2-run home run. And the Mariners have got the 8th inning ape off their back. They were 0 for 43. Junior's 2-run home run. The Mariners win it 9-7. My, oh my.
Next stop, election night, September 19th. The Angels' lead had melted to 2. A new ballpark and the American League West hung in the balance. Again, the bottom of the 9th. Again, the Mariners trailed. And again, they came back. Doug Strange's pinch hit home run tied the ball game at 4. The comeback was on. In the 12th, with Strange aboard, Ken Griffey Jr. would win it. An incredible comeback, merely a preview of coming attractions. The Mariners were one back. They would sweep the Rangers, and they'd catch the Angels. And eventually, they'd get their new ballpark. On September 22nd, with a 1-game lead, the Mariners saw their worst nightmare come into the Dome. Oakland. That's when fiction became reality. First game, down by 6, Vince Coleman, on his birthday, hits his first career grand slam. That tied the game at 6. Alex Diaz, pinch hitting, hits his first career homer from the right side.
Guys coming off the bench, hitting the ball out of the ballpark, that be happy with a sac fly. 3 runs down, we got a man in scoring position. If we can just get one right here. Alex Diaz hits the ball out of the ballpark, or Doug Strange, or Coleman hits a grand slam. The guys doing what they're not supposed to do.
2 nights later, down 1 in the 9th, it was Tino time.
Tino swung on and belted deep to right field, and that will be flying away, and the Mariners win it 9-8 in perhaps the most incredible game in their history. Back and forth, and Tino Martinez, his second home run of the game. Unbelievable. Dennis Eckersley, and 46,000 fans are losing their minds here in Seattle. Tonight, I'll guarantee you, it will be sleepless in Seattle for everybody who is here today, including me.
As you can tell in our top 10 moments, we take a little bit more time with the good parts. And it gets even better. The Kingdome finale, they're closing the joint for baseball. We'll resume with our top 10 Mariner moments, numbers 3 and 2, when we get back. Fans, Filing out of the Kingdome for the last time for baseball. In about 18 days, they'll be filing into Safeco Field, which is just about ready for opening night as the Mariners finish off the Rangers 5-2. Salute to the Kingdome continues the last time we come to you inside the Kingdome for baseball. An emotional night, certainly, for the Mariners and their fans. Let's continue with our Mariner memories and our moments in the Kingdome. Top 10 Kingdome moments. Number 3, 2 no-hitters.
Fans ready to explode. Here comes the 0-2 pitch on the way to fielder. Fastball! Swing! The high fastball. That's 7 strikeouts. Randy Johnson is 1 strike away. 24,000 incredibly rabid Mariner fans are looking for that final strike. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing! It's over! He has done it! High fastball. Randy Johnson being mobbed by Scott Bradley down to greet him and the entire Mariner team. My, oh my.
All I remember is the strike 3 pitch, and that was about, probably chest high, neck high, but out over the plate. Mike Heath swung through the ball, and it was strike 3, and I knew at that moment that I'd done something pretty special. It's been one of probably 2 or 3 highlights of my career here in Seattle.
No-hitter Act 2. Enter Chris Bosio. While Randy Johnson's no-hitter was overpowering, Chris Bosio's was strictly a blue-collar special. Bosio needed all the defensive help he could get against the Red Sox, and boy, did he ever get it. Bosio was masterful. His fastball never broke 89 miles per hour. He finished the Red Sox on 97 pitches. After walking the first 2 men he faced, Bosio was perfect.
25 in a row retired by Chris Bosio, and listen to this crowd. Bosio, his 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on, high jumper with a mound, charged by Vizquel, Barrett throws, it's over, and Bosio has done it! My, oh my, what a performance by Chris Bosio!
Top 10 Kingdome moments. Number 2, the 95 division playoff. 13-game Angel lead had vanished, yet 1 game remained. The first 1-game playoff in the American League since 1978, and the Angels not only had to think about committing the 3rd biggest fold in history, but they also had to face the most dominant pitcher in the game. And that's a lot to think about.
The 1-2 pitch to Edmonds, swing, and the 0-2 pitch on the way to Salmon. Now, strike!
The 1-2 to Henderson, slider, swing, and a miss. And the 1-2 pitch, fastball, swing, and a miss. Strike 3. Here's the 2-2 pitch again. Check swing, strike 3 called.
The 2-2 pitch on the way, swing, and a miss. On the way, and in consider the cage tied around his neck. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and a miss. He struck it out. 1-2 pitch to J.T. Stowe on the way. He went around on a slider. And Randy Johnson strikes out the side here in the 5th. And Randy Johnson has 9 strikeouts, and he's retired 15 California Angels in a row. My, oh my.
The dueling shutouts of Johnson and Mark Langston continued until the 5th. Vince Coleman snuck one through, and the Mariners had a 1-0 lead. And a dome that sold out in less than 18 hours started to shake. Langston's worries gave way to Johnson's drive. Johnson's day was a reflection of his 95 season. In 30 starts, the Mariners were 27-3. He stopped 13 Mariner losing streaks. He set a Major League record for strikeouts per 9 innings, and he won Seattle's first Cy Young Award. And on October 2nd, he was untouchable. In the bottom of the 7th, Luis Sojo sealed the deal.
Here's the pitch, swinging a ground ball up the first base line, and it sneaks down by Snow! Down the right field line into the bullpen. Here comes Flowers. Here comes Pino. Here comes Joey. The front of the plate cut off. The relay by Langston. Gets that by Allison. Flores scores. Here comes Soho. He scores! Everybody scores!
While Johnson got stronger, Langston's day was about to end. a 5-1 lead became a 9-1 lead, and Mark Langston's nightmare would last the winter. For a franchise long saddled with failures, and for Northwest baseball fans starved for success, the suffering and the waiting would finally end, and the ghosts of Mariners past would finally be chased away.
Branding iron hot. The 1-2 pitch. Kay inserted. It's over. Right over the heart of the plate. Randy looks to the skies. That is covered by the dome and bedlam as the Mariners now erupt. But my friends, this is just indescribable. You think the Mariners have won the World Series. They haven't, but maybe they will.
One of the defining moments in Mariner history. Maybe it's just 95 magic today, but as a New York Yankee, Luis Sojo hit his first home run of the season. You saw Randy Johnson finishing that playoff series, and in the series against the New York Yankees, Johnson delivered the Mariners to Game 5, final inning, and a chance to advance in the postseason. It is the defining moment in Mariner history, and our number 1. Top 10 Kingdome moments. Number 1, the Yankee series.
And the wind and the 2-1 pitch to Joey Cora now. He bunts the ball up the first base line. It's a dandy, and he is going to be safe again. Joey Cora has done it one more time.
I did it 3 times in the series, so it surprised me that he was playing so far back. I mean, they scored 1 run the inning before. I knew I was going to lead off. I knew I was going to lead off anyway, whether they score or not. So I said, man, this is very important. So let me see how far he's playing. You know, if he's playing back, I'm going to take a chance on him again. I don't care. I can beat Jack McDowell to the back.
1-0 pitch on the way to Junior now. It swung on a ground ball, base hit into right center field. Cora's going to end up at third, and the Mariners have runners at first and third, and nobody out. Here in the bottom half of the 11th. My, oh my!
I was just sitting there thinking to myself, this game's over right here, I guarantee you. And then he hits one right by Pat Kelly that's this far from being a double play, and then I mean, you can just feel this, the ship sinking.
The fans are alive one more time, and now Cora represents the tie and run 90 feet away at third.
Right now, the Mariners looking for the tie. They would take a fly ball. They would love a base hit into the gap, and they could win it with Junior speed to stretch.
At that point, I only want to make hard contact and at least get one run in. And that's when, thanks to God, that I hit the ball really well in the corner, left field corner.
You could have stuck 6 outfielders out there, and somehow, some way, you'd have found a hole right there.
When I hit it, I knew that Junior is fast enough to make that happen. But I was looking at the left fielder, and I knew he got to the ball pretty quick. At that point, I didn't think that Junior was going to make it, and it was unreal to me that Junior got the jump that he got. It's almost like he was expecting what was going to happen, and it was amazing the way he scored. I never seen him run like that.
I was watching the ball, and I was watching Junior. Junior looked like Cigar coming around second base. He was moving. And all I kept saying to myself was, Sammy, if you ever send a runner home, please do it now. And he did.
Those moments in 1995, I think, are proof that even though a building like the Kingdome is not the greatest place to watch a baseball game, a stadium is made up of moments, of players, of personalities, of teams, and of fans. Today, the Mariners close this building for baseball. That being said, these 2 banners, the rest of the Mariners and the rest of their fans, can't wait for July 15th and the opening of Safeco Field. The Kingdome has been home for the Mariners since 1977. And today, it's a bittersweet goodbye. We'll see you from Safeco Field on Fox Sports Net Northwest on July 15th for the opening ceremonies. For my producer, Curtis Wilson, director, Mark Engelbrecht, I'm Rich Waltz. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you at Safeco.
Someone once said that a baseball diamond is one of mankind's most flawless creations. A place where young and old find laughter, dreams, heroes, and excitement under blue summer skies on lush green grass. A place that marks the time and holds our memories. Welcome to your new ballpark. Welcome to Safeco Field.
Say the closing this year of Tiger Stadium. Built for $67 million in 1976, the Dome has seen its share of memorable Mariner moments, but it's the other moments that aren't so touching. The place leaks, tiles fell from the ceiling, and even when there was a decent crowd, the joint looked empty. So Sunday, the Mariners played their last game at the Dome. When they come home July 15th, they will christen Safeco Field. Rangers and the Mariners. Mariners moved to Safeco in 18 days, bottom of the first. 2-0 Texas when Griff goes deep. 3-run shot, 3-2 Mariners. Griffey homered in his first Kingdome game. He homers in his last. More from Griffey. Watch him go up and rob Juan Gonzalez of the home run. Check it out again. Griff has it all the way over the fence, brings it back, and Ken Sr. likes it as well. Top of the ninth, 5-2 Seattle, 2 outs. Jose Mesa gets Rusty Greer to fly out to Brian Hunter, and that is the last out in the Kingdome. Mariners win this one 5-2. Seattle closes out the Dome with the win. Junior breaks out of a 1-for-15 slump with his 377th career home run, including 198 at the Dome. Freddie Garcia gets the final win in the Dome. Jose Mesa got 3 outs for his 16th save in 18 chances.